Council, call the meeting to order. For the record, it is March 8th, 2022 at 4:33 p.m. We'll begin this afternoon City Council work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Burnt.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simonson.
Here. Next item is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
we have one item we need to fix on the agenda. Under the consent agenda, item 6, it says final plat. That should read final order. So with that change, Mr. Mayor, I move adoption of the agenda as amended. Second motion.
A motion, a second to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
as previously noted, number 6 should read final order for East Ridge number 3. I would move approval of the consent agenda and for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest. Motion.
I have a motion, and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. No items removed from the consent agenda, so we will do proclamation. And if we could have Keith and Sandra join me at the podium for Procurement Month proclamation.
I think so.
So council, we are joined by Keith and Sandra, who do an excellent job for the city, trying to keep everyone buying things properly in the state of Idaho, which is an important topic, but as important is, it's not just the fact that we do things properly, but that we are the leaders in the state in terms of helping ensure we have good public policy for that exact purpose, and Keith and Sandra lead the way from that standpoint. So with your boss in the room as well and other members of the finance team, we will go ahead and do this proclamation and then turn it over for any comments you'd like to make from that standpoint. So whereas the public procurement professionals play a significant role in the efficiency and effectiveness of both government and business. And whereas in addition to the purchase of goods and services, procurement adds value to the organization by performing such functions as executing, implementing and administering contracts, developing strategic procurement strategies, and cultivating working relationships with suppliers and departments within the organization. And whereas Idaho government procurement professionals dedicate themselves to providing the best value for every taxpayer dollar and continue to expand their knowledge, skills, and abilities. And whereas the Idaho Public Purchasing Association, IPPA, through its members is committed to providing high caliber strategic, logistical, and operational support of all agencies associated with the chapter. And whereas the IPPA recognizes, supports, and practices the public procurement values and guiding principles of accountability, ethics, impartiality, professionalism, service, and transparency established by the Institute for Public Procurement, NIGP. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simpson, hereby proclaim March 2022 as Procurement Month in the city of Meridian and urge the residents of the community to join the Idaho Public Purchasing Association and recognizing the role of purchasing and materials management professionals within business, industry, and government. Dated this 8th day of March 2022. Congratulations.
Thanks, Robert. Well, I just want to say a big thank you to Robert, Mayor, and Council. You guys are tremendous support for us. We're not always the favorite folks to departments. We get to tell them what they can and can't do, and that sometimes is the tough pill to swallow, but we keep people above board and following the rules and the laws with Idaho, and I really appreciate the support outside of the city as well with the legislature and those endeavors that we take on as well. So I just want to say big thanks.
And I just want to say thank you. And it's really a pleasure and an honor to serve all of our citizens and to do it with integrity and to do it with just coming in every day and serving our community it's an honor. It's an honor to do that. So thank you for all the support. I appreciate it.
Council, just for the record, there were a lot of big words that were together in that one. I was very proud of my ability to not mess up some of those words, and I'm going to pat myself on the back today.
Nice job, Mayor.
Thank you.
Very well done.
A lot of words. With that, we'll move on to our department commission reports. Item 15 on the agenda is the Transportation Commission 2021 end of year report. And we will have the chairman, Walter Steed, here to give us a accounting of the great work that our Transportation Commission is doing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Good afternoon. I'll try to do as well as the mayor did. I'm Walter Steed, Chair of the Meridian. I knew I was going to do that. Meridian Transportation Commission. I did the other for 10 years. This is the 2021 end of year report. The commission is made up of myself, Jared Smith, David Ballard, Stephen Lewis, Tracy Hopkins, Ryan Lancaster, Tom LeClaire, Zachary Shoemaker, and our student rep is Joseph Leckie. The commission was formed in 2013 with Ordinance 13-152. It consists of 9 appointed commissioners and meets in the council chambers the first Monday of each month, with the exception of September. In 2021, I served as chair and Jared Smith served as vice chair, and we're doing the same in 2022. Representatives from ITD District 3, ACHD, Compass, Valley Regional Transit, and the West Ada School District attend as ex officio members. Planning Division Manager Caleb Hood and Associate Planner Miranda Carson provide staff support. Ted Baird and Emily Kane, Deputy City Attorneys, provide legal guidance. Before being promoted in October, Lieutenant Brandon Frazier provided regular traffic issue updates and concerns from the police department to the commission. Sergeant Justin Dance now provides those updates. City staff provides monthly updates regarding the progress of ITD and ACHD projects in Meridian that are either in construction or soon to start. Additional city staff and other staff from the ex officio agencies interact with the commission from time to time, as do members of the public. Regarding what we did last year, in January 2021, the commission discussed the ACHD Integrated 5-Year Work Plan, better known as the IFYWP, for 2021-2025. Roadways and intersection and community program priorities were examined. The Transportation Commission Project Review Subcommittee met and provided an update on the Eagle Lake Hazel to Amity project. The Ordinance and Development Subcommittee met and provided an update on their work on a proposed new ATV-UTV ordinance. In February, Zachary Shoemaker was appointed as a new member to the commission, replacing former member Dave McKinney, who moved on to ACHD. The commission held a public hearing to discuss the ATV-UTV proposed ordinance draft. 8 community members provided testimony and 6 others signed up in opposition but did not speak. Compass provided an overview of a high-capacity transit survey being done in the region for the Communities in Motion 2050 plan. The Transportation Prioritization Subcommittee was formed to review future IFYWP list in depth, and the new vision for 2nd Street, Broadway to Idaho, was also presented to us and discussed. In March, the Ordinance and Development Subcommittee again met and revised the proposed ATV-UTV ordinance based upon citizen input we had received. ACHD introduced the South Meridian Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan to the commission. The The Meridian Downtown Business Association reported to us with input regarding alleyways in downtown Meridian. In April, a citizen concern regarding parking on Washington Street was brought to us and discussed. The Prioritization Subcommittee met again to begin reviewing projects for inclusion in the IFYWP. The Ordinance and Development Subcommittee continued to meet discussing the ATV-UTV ordinance draft. In May, the Commission discussed a citizen concern regarding turning traffic problems that they saw at Chinden and Black Cat. The Ordinance and Development Subcommittee met again discussing the ATV-UTV ordinance, and Tom Leclerc, chairman of that subcommittee, presented a draft to the Commission, which was subsequently passed to recommend the City Council adopt the proposed ordinance change. In June, a citizen concern regarding parking on Deer Crest was brought to us and discussed. ACHD introduced the new Livable Streets Performance Measure for All as a metric of pedestrians and bicyclists' level of stress on respective facilities. VRT presented possible solutions to the issue of parked cars blocking a proposed bus stop at Pine and Third. The Downtown Meridian parking study completed by the Community Development Department was presented to us. In August, ACHD provided an update on the South Meridian Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan to the Commission. Compass presented to us the FY 22-28 Regional Transportation Improvement Program. In October, we were pleased to have Girl Scout Troop 401 come and speak to us about a perceived pedestrian crossing concern they had on Macmillan between 10 Mile and Linder. Commission members were very impressed with their presentation, conveyed it to ACHD, who was aware of the problem and plans to address it in the near future. The girls were encouraged by us to continue to speak up to public officials when they see things with which they are concerned. In November, Valley Regional Transit presented on ridership of the fixed route, Harvest Transit, and VA shuttle systems. Sergeant Dance was introduced to the Commission as the new police department representative. There was a discussion regarding preservation for local road access to Chinden west of Idaho 16. In December, the Commission was given a demonstration on the use of various tools and resources we can use to explore construction project updates that are not part of staff's regular monthly transportation projects update memo. A complete record of Transportation Commission minutes can be found on the city website. We're very grateful for the opportunity to provide service to the citizens of Meridian and the City Council regarding transportation systems in our community. We have missed Council Member Cavanagh attending our meetings. I would like to ask and invite each or every one of you, when you have an opportunity or an interest in something on our meeting agenda, to please attend. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Walter. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
not a question, just a comment for council and for Chairman Steed, and it's just with appreciation. I think the Transportation Commission a couple of years ago moved from a reporting body to being much more active and involved. And in addition, I think that was the right decision for the commission. But what I didn't realize until Chairman Steed was going over is the benefit that it's also brought us as the council is that as a commission full of subject matter experts, and this commission is diverse in opinions and ideas and suggestions, to watch that body work through things and provide feedback to the public. I think, one, it's a great service to our community, but it's also a great service to the council. And I just want to say I appreciate your leadership and the commission's efforts to really serve our community from all different facets and angles. It's very appreciated.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, council member, thank you so much. And I would like to encourage you, as you have done before very recently, when the council has something come directly to them that they think we might have some value in examining further in detail, possibly commenting on, we're happy for you to do that. Look forward to it.
Thanks, Walter. Chairman.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strayer.
I was just curious about the ATV, UTV ordinance. The previous times that it came before us with some planning changes, there's a lot of discussion as well. So Do you guys have an update on the expected timing to see the refreshed version of that?
We are not working on it. When council took it, when we recommended it to council and council acted on it, we have no longer discussed it unless council has some reason to wish to send it back to us.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. That's helpful. Yeah, I heard that you were, that somebody in the commission was looking at it again. So I must have misunderstood that that's something that happened before we looked at it.
Yes, ma'am, Mr. Mayor, council member. We are not as a commission working on it. If one of the commission members is toying with it or something, I have not heard about it.
Council, anything else? All right. Thank you, Walter, to you and Miranda and the whole team, because I know it takes in Caleb to help get all the prep work for the commission, for the conversation and discussion as well.
Thank you, sir. Council members, have a good day.
Thank you, Chairman.
Next item up on the agenda is item 16, which is a Human Resources Fiscal Year 2022 Budget Amendment in the amount of $254,000. And turn this over to Mr. Neri and Mrs. Barney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm here on behalf of the Health Benefits Trust. I'm the current chair of the trust board. Christina is another trustee, and two of our other trustees, Eli Daniel and Alex Freitag, are here in the audience. The other fifth trustee, Eric Strolberg, is out of town this week. So we are here on behalf of the trust to request a budget amendment for $254,000. And I could probably walk through a little bit of it. Probably Christina can give a lot more of the detail on where we're at. And I don't know where it is. Oh, I see. There we go. Oh, okay. So anyway, the trust came into being, for those that don't recall, came into being with fiscal year FY21. So that would have been the fall of 2020. So, fall of 2020. Is that right? So just in time for us to be able to get in front of the pandemic. So great timing on that regard. And so anyway, as the trust was formed, part of our responsibility is to hire an actuary to give us their best estimate on the costs and expenses for the trust going through each fiscal year as we go forward. And Christina, maybe I'll let you handle the specifics on that and kind of explain how do we get to where we're at today.
Yeah, so as Bill alluded to, we pay an actuary who works through standard accounting methods, does projections and forecasts to try to establish, based on our trends, where should we set our rates for our trust. That being said, no one knew that there was going to be a worldwide pandemic at the beginning of our trust. So there were some unknown costs associated with that, and that's one of the reasons, and we'll dive more into that in a minute, that we're in front of you today. And then going into 2022 to establish the rates for this year, we also didn't have all the final numbers from COVID. Since then, since we've established those rates, we now have statistics and analytics from Blue Cross that show us what the cost to our plan is for those COVID-related expenses, which is to the tune of about 190 and growing each week. So that's part of the reason that we're here in front of you. In addition, the last part of last year, we also experienced higher than normal claims. So part of the actuary's process is to assume that we're going to have some high claims, one NICU baby, one cancer, those types of things. They wouldn't ever anticipate us having more than that because then you're setting your rates too high. You're taking too much money from the city and from the employees to fund that trust. In the last year, we have had more than normal large claims. And so that has accounted for quite a bit higher claims costs than we had anticipated when we set our rates. So of those, we had 3 NICU babies, which are $1 million plus for each one, or for all of those together. So they're about $300,000 plus each. Then we had 2 patients that have a really high medication, quality of life medication, which are about $300,000 a piece as well. And then we also had a cancer patient on our plan. So although we can anticipate some of those things through our actuary, we don't anticipate all of those. In addition, as I had already mentioned, this slide is actually a little bit old, so it's a couple weeks old. That number has now grown to 194,000 and growing, but we can account 191 based on this slide, thousand to COVID-related costs, whether that be testing or immunizations or hospitalization or anything like that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
is it okay if we jump in with questions?
Yep, yep.
Okay. Or maybe just a comment. The previous two slides, I think, were a little bit uncomfortable just because this is the reason we all have insurance, right? Is in case something catastrophic happens. And I certainly wouldn't want any employees to feel singled out or anything like that. Life happens and, actuaries can't predict what's going to happen. But I just wanted to say that this is the reason we have insurance. My broader question is, as we're looking at this, I think we've seen multiple budget amendments from what I recall, a couple years in a row for the self-funded trust. Do we need to change how we're budgeting for it going forward? That's like my broader question.
We've only had one actual budget amendment. And that was for money that was already funded. And it was just and maybe Christina can explain this. We only had one, so we haven't had a number of them. This would be the second one.
Yeah, and to address, your concern about the previous slides, those are just to illustrate a picture and kind of give the council a comfort level that we're not just arbitrarily coming and asking for money. There is a reason behind that. Not at all that we don't want people to use their benefits, because we do. And if you need care, get care. But this is just kind of the cost of doing business. If we were fully funded, we would end up paying for that anyway in a double-digit rate increase. We're just seeing it in a different form because we're self-funded.
Well, and I guess one of the things we wanted to make clear to all of you is, but for COVID, this very identifiable cost that was not anticipated as part of the actuarial process, we wouldn't be here. The difference we're talking about is the Department of Insurance is wanting us to correct this deficit that's in our reserve and then just move forward from there. The mayor's office in their future ARPA request might include this request of the COVID because it does qualify. That's a decision for the mayor's office and the council to make it a future discussion. But regardless of whether that qualifies or not, Department of Insurance would like us to write that. But in my opinion, and Christina can correct me if I'm wrong, if we were only here about that difference of $65,000, we wouldn't be asking for a budget amendment. I don't think they'd have the same concern. Because again, the cost of doing business does catch up. All the costs that we had anticipated, even though there were higher claims than we normally would have anticipated, can get absorbed through the cost of how the business operates of the trust. So the concern would not be the same, but for this very one significant expense. I mean, all of those other things are things we can anticipate. The high cost of pharmaceuticals, again, I think all of you are aware out in the marketplace how that has changed significantly over the years. I tell people all the time in my trying to educate folks, if you watch a commercial and it tells you they will help finance your medicine, it's because it's super expensive to buy it and you can't afford it, and they already know that. Those are expensive medications for people. Our view from the trust is, if that's what your doctor says you need, then that's what you need. That's what the cost of this trust or any insurance plan is going to be. We understand that. That I don't think is the concern or issue that we're trying to address. We're really trying to address an anomaly that none of us could have anticipated.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks very much. And just curious, I mean, it looks like a large dollar amount, but relative to the total amount, I'm assuming that on a percentage basis, it's with it a standard deviation, or it's a small percentage. Can you frame it up in a percentage of our reserves or some other metric that would put it into context?
You're asking an HR person to do math on the fly. I do know that our annual contributions are roughly 7.2 million.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
ask a question along those same lines. So the 180,000 approximate budget amendment from last time, was that for fiscal year 2021? And then this now is for our current fiscal year? Is that, okay, so this is an estimate that will cover the difference. If I understand correctly, the budget amendment from last year that was 185, 181, something like that, the actuary also had attempted to to do an accurate counting, but didn't anticipate COVID. We're kind of here again. Is this going to cover, is this budget amendment going to cover us through the rest of the fiscal year 22, like 21, 22?
Yeah, Councilwoman Perot. So the 185 that we came before you in the last fiscal year was for the surplus. So the trust has to have a reserve of 3 months and then also a surplus. And that is for incurred but not reported claims. And when we self-funded, we're not aware that that was a requirement until last year. And so that's why we came before you for the 185. This 254 is to kind of set the record straight, get our reserves and our surplus where they should be, yes, to get us through this next fiscal year. There are some things we can't anticipate, large claims, more employees with larger families or people with medical issues coming in our plan. So I can't say for certain that we won't be in front of you again, but for right now, this should get us through this fiscal year.
Mr. Mayor, follow-up question on that.
Councilwoman Pearl.
So is the surplus a percentage of the total contribution, and will that go up because our costs have increased? Are we going to need a additional beyond the 185,000 now because our claims are higher?
No, that's reevaluated each year, and typically it's accounted for in our rate development. And so when we just establish what our rates will be for the next plan year, we embed that in.
Does this now put us past the savings that we had in the former way of the former plan that we have Blue Cross? Is self-funding no longer a benefit to us, I guess is my question.
So we went self-funding, not necessarily to make money. We did it to be able to allow some better plan flexibility. And I think in this market, when we're trying to hire, and so is everyone else, that has given us a leg up, being able to have some added programs that we weren't able to have before. Like I had said earlier, we're going to pay for this one way or the other. So if we had been fully insured, we would have had double digit. And there are area competitors that had 20+% increases this last year to account for those higher medical, the higher claims, the COVID costs, and all those things. We didn't encounter that. We only encountered just below a 7% increase, but you end up paying for it one way or the other. Now we're in front of you asking for additional funds to make sure we're compliant with DOI.
I didn't know if you guys got through all your presentation or.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Council, additional questions, Councilman.
Mr. Mayor. The only question I had, you addressed, Bill, in regard to maybe using ARPA dollars or COVID federal dollars, whatever, to cover those costs. And so maybe that can be a conversation at a later date.
I would anticipate that is going to be a conversation.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. Hoagland, do you have any thing that you'd like to add or do at this point in time as
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland?
matter of fact, I would. I would like to move approval of a fiscal year 2022 budget amendment in the amount of $254,000 for employee health benefits trust funding.
Second motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 16. Is there discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader.
Aye.
Burnt.
Aye.
Perot.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, the amendment's agreed to. Thank you. Next item up is item 17, which is the Finance Department quarterly update for our fiscal year 2021 audited financial results. And turn this over to CFO Lavoy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's been quite a while since I've seen you, so it's good to see you guys, and I appreciate the time to allow us to present to you the quarterly update, which is actually your fiscal year 2021 financial results. As you noted, or as you saw on the consent agenda, we did supply you the fiscal year 21 audit report as presented by the independent auditor, Ide Bailey. Again, we presented it to you on the consent agenda this year, as there were no significant findings or material items to present to you, and the Ide Bailey auditors had no personal comments to deliver to you, so we just kept it on consent. We do want to let you know that if there were material findings, or if there were items of interest, or if there was comments by the auditor, we would have presented both in a more detailed fashion. But that is why it's on consent. It's a clean audit. And so therefore we left on a consent, and what we'll provide to you instead, or today anyhow, is the actual results from fiscal 21. We would provide this report to you either way. Instead, the auditors would have presented the audit report, but again, that's on consent. It's a clean audit. So again, congrats to you and your city members for executing the budget that you've asked them to do. Again, you mentioned the procurement proclamation today. Again, people are following the policies that we have in place. So again, appreciate the support that you give the finance team, all the employees to meet the clean audit that we were able to deliver you and your citizens this fiscal year. So with that, today, I'm going to go over the fiscal year 21 audited results. I'm going to compare the budget to the actual results for you for fiscal 21. We'll start off with the general fund, move to the enterprise fund, and then we'll touch on the impact fee fund. Within each fund, I'll describe to you what impacts we had to the overall fund balance for each fund. So we'll go revenues, expenses, and overall impact to the fund balance. So with that, we'll start off with the general fund. So this first section is just going to be the revenues. So we'll discuss the results of the revenues for fiscal year 21. And for fiscal year 21, at the end of the day, for all the general funds, we ended up at 17% higher than we budgeted for. So when we stood here back in, I guess, 2020 to present to you the 21 budget, we ended up 17% higher than we expected. The largest percentage difference that you'll see on this graph is within the charges of service or for services. And this is due to the golf course. We back then did not put a budget into the financial system because we did not know what to put in there. So therefore the actuals came in with no budget. So therefore the actuals are higher than the budget. So it's a little funny, but that's the reason you see charges for service higher than the budget, because we did not establish a budget at that moment for the golf course. Going forward for fiscal 23, this will be our first year that we'll establish a budget for the golf course. So just to let you know, you'll probably see this result in 22 because we don't actually have a budget in 22. Last year we stood here in front of you. We did not establish a budget. So again, you might see this same situation for 22 actual results, but when we get there, we'll go there. But again, 23, we will establish a budget. In intergovernmental revenues, again, you'll see we're off by 22%. This is mostly due to the strong sales tax revenues. You've heard about it probably in the news that sales tax revenues in the state of Idaho are very strong. And the largest contributor to that over budget is for sales tax revenue. During 2020 of April, when we established our revenue forecast, COVID was still pretty prominent. And we went pretty conservative on the sales tax revenue. So that is a result from sales tax revenue. So again, the property taxes ended up 2% higher, 2.4% higher. We're very happy with that projection. We do want to remind everybody that property taxes is our number one revenue source by far, as you can see on this graph. So we want to always make sure we manage our property taxes to the best of our ability, since it makes up the majority of our revenue streams. The licenses, permits, sales tax revenue, those are all more variable. If sales are up, you get more. If sales are down, you get less. Development, same thing, less permits, less revenue. Property taxes is very solid for us. Houses usually don't get up and leave. Commercial buildings usually don't get up and leave the city. So we know we have a very sound, solid revenue source for the city of Meridian so that we can provide public safety, parks, and things. So again, we always want to protect and manage our property taxes to the best of our ability. So those are your revenue sources for the general fund. Now we're going to go into expenses. We'll go personnel, operating, capital. Same kind of layout. I'll go ahead and try to get these pretty quickly for you. Overall, the city's general funds expended 97.6% of the budget. So very, very good. Our 6-year average is 90%. So again, we did very well from an expenditure standpoint for the personnel. The largest percentage gap you'll see there is going to be 90.7 for community development. The gap for that is primarily due to vacancies. Again, very difficult hiring period right now. The largest dollar value variance is going to be the police department, about $1 million, quote unquote, left on the table. Again, it takes a while to get the hiring movement for police. Again, we respect that, we understand that. So that is the main reasons for those two differences, mostly just hiring troubles, hiring timelines, hiring difficulty. You'll see the parks department is a little over budget. And again, that falls on to the golf course. We didn't have a budget for personnel, but we have the expense. So again, therefore, we were not able to represent the budget accordingly. So that's why you'll see this as a common answer for parks. Just to give you a heads up. But that is why you see that issue for the parks departments. We did not establish a budget. Next section is going to be the operations. The city ended up spending 78.8%. It's a little bit lower than our 6-year average of 82.2. And this is primarily due to, you'll see in the admin division. If you remember, we budgeted $2.5 million for Linda Road. So that moves my budget with no expense. We had grant monies for COVID. Again, that moves my budget up, but we haven't expended them. So therefore my budget is much higher than my expenses. So that's why you see that big variation in the admin. We will get to that point of spending it. We are taking that money forward into 23 or 22. So that's why you see the large gap there. Linda Road, CDBG and CARES Act money. We just haven't gotten around to spending those monies, but we will in 22. Again, community development, you'll see exceeded by 33%. That's due to the large demand for development and growth. So for all the expenses you see higher here, they actually have an offsetting revenue. So they would only incur these expenses if they have the revenue source to it. So again, it is scary looking, but just to let you know, we have offsetting revenue because for every permit pulled, we have an expense associated to a permit. So they're kind of one-to-one. And then Parks Department is over budget because of the golf course. Last item for expenses for the general fund would be capital. For the city, for fiscal 21, we spent 41.4% of our total budget that the citizens approved for us. So what that equates to is $8.4 million not spent. So of all the bars you add up, we left 8.4 million unspent. We have carried 7.7 into this fiscal year. So when you add it all together, we should spend about 13.7 of the $14.5 million over the 2-year period. Sometimes capital projects don't get done in a fiscal year, so we have to carry it. And that's what you're seeing here. Of the unfinished projects of 8.4 million, we're going to carry 7.7 into next fiscal year. Again, we'll continue to let you know how we're doing on these projects, but that is why you see that. And again, we'll carry that into the next fiscal year. The largest number is going to be in the police department you see there, but they've got Scenario Village, precinct construction, and police station improvements, which one, I think Scenario Village is actually done. So that expense has already been taken care of. And then the improvements I know are underway right now. And then the precinct, again, you're very familiar with where we're at on the precinct. So overall, those are the revenues, expenses for the city of Meridian. So again, general funds finished 17% higher on revenues, 97% on personnel, 78 on operating, and 41 on capital. Again, these are good problems to have more revenues than budget and then less expenses than budget. So again, a great problem to have for the city of Meridian. With that, these are the results. So when you take all the revenues minus all the expenses, that equals excess revenue, or what we would call net income or net loss. So this is these are the results for the general fund for fiscal year 21. We ended up increasing our general fund balance by 16.79. So we increased our fund balance by that level. These are the contributing components to that. Impact fees. Again, as a reminder, we have a save before we spend model here in the city of Meridian. So these funds that we're saving, we're going to spend at a later date for capital projects. So we added 5.7 million to the impact fund, saving up money for fire stations, park development, police stations, community development. You see the numbers according there. So again, we added 16.7 million to our fund balance for those projects such as fire stations, community center pathways, Linda Road overpass, potential other projects, community center, parking garage, and precincts. So again, we're saving this money for a future reason, and that's what our annual comprehensive financial plan management is. We do a 5 and 10 year projection on what we believe we need to use these dollars for. So again, that's the results of the general fund. Again, we added to the fund balance, but again, we have a 10-year plan to expend more than what we have available in our 10-year projection. Happy to answer any questions about general fund. If not, I'll jump into enterprise fund and impact, and they'll look very similar to the flow.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks, Todd. I understand, right? So we have a large general fund balance that's growing. We haven't spent this money yet on a lot of large projects. When you kind of smooth that out though, and assume that we will build our fire stations, we'll build our police precinct, and you map that out, do you think that we are considering the next 5 and 10 years ahead in terms of where we should be in terms of reserves? In terms of our actual fund balance, are we ahead of what we would have budgeted, or are we behind? Are we right on track? Just give me a sense for what we anticipate and kind of how that stacks up.
Sure, Liz, the reserves I can answer. Right, we're right where we need to be. We're following the city policy that we have adopted, so we're great on reserves. We're in good shape for emergency and operational reserves there. So the question I think we need to manage is how's the unreserved, the uncategorized value? That portion of the fund balance did not increase very much. So again, to answer your question, how are we at the 5-year and 10-year mark? Right now, we have a balanced 5-year CFP. So that includes all capital, personnel, and operating needs of the city. But after the 5-year mark, we don't have a fundable plan, which is fine. That's within our guidelines. So are we ahead or behind? I guess the question is, do you want to have a 10-year fundable plan? Then the answer is we're behind because I don't have enough funds or enough in the projections. But to me, I think we have a very comfortable financial plan position. I believe what Robert and the department has put together from a needs assessment for the next 5 years is right on plan. The 16.7 million, again, a lot of that was from the impact fee fund, which we're saving for. A lot of that was for the capital improvement fund, which we're saving for. We know we have these projects, and that's why we put in these revenues in place so we can save before we spend, because we have 2 stations, we have a discovery park, we have a potential garage. So I think we're right on par for our 5-year plan. A 10-year plan, I think that's a different discussion we can have offline, but 5-year plan, I believe the mayor and his directors have done great.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilwoman Schrader.
So, if we look at that, okay, it's fundable. Does that include any assumption about property tax taking the allowable 3% within that fundable 5 years?
The revenue projections that we use in our CFP do take into the consideration that we are taking the full maximum value or available value of property taxes. Yes, as they're written today. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Fair point, Todd. And it is very frustrating for all of us to just have a constant, like multiple changes to the property tax system. Who knows what will happen, but thank you for the commentary.
Thank you for the questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Todd, when it pertains to our uncategorized revenue that is coming back into the general fund and through the community development department, I guess those 2 specifically, is the change to the fund balance consistent with what we've seen over the past 3 to 5 years? Is it more? Is it less? I guess the question I'm trying to get is fiscal year 2021 an anomaly or consistent with what we have seen over the past few years?
Fair question. I did not analyze and Luke, I appreciate the question. what portion, again, 7.4 of this is for capital projects we had this year. So I'd have to look, did we, that's the biggest chunk of this.
Right.
Is going to be 7.4 associated with that impact fee funds, and then the $3 million there. It's a great question. What portion of the 16 is represented by unfunded or unfinished capital projects as compared to years past?
Right.
Great question. I will have to get back to you on that one.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lavoy, I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, but
Looks like,
we'll get that answer by tomorrow for you guys.
looks like Luke won, stump the CFO.
Yes, he did.
That's not what it's called.
Now.
I have a feeling that I
Any other
think Jenny and
questions
Brad might
on
be
the
able to get you the answers
fund?
before I even get off this podium. So hey, we'll see.
Okay, I think.
Any other questions about a general fund? Again, appreciate the questions. Great questions. Okay, we'll jump into the enterprise fund. This is our second major fund that we report on to the citizens. Again, same layout. We'll start with the revenue sources first. Overall, the enterprise fund ended the fiscal year 9.4% higher. So we took all of our budgets, took all of our actuals, and we ended the year 9.4% higher than we thought we would have been, April of 19. The estimate for water and sewer, again, the sales right on par, right where we wanted to be, off by 2%. We love that. The assessments are development based. So again, we were a little bit conservative. Development came in a little bit stronger than we thought, and that's what you're seeing. There's development is stronger than our conservative projections on growth, and the other two are modestly flat on 4%. So again, as you'll see that the sales again are our most dominant, our largest revenue source. Again, this is associated to your water and sewer bills, and again, we want to protect and make sure we manage those revenue sources the best that we can. Next, we'll get into personnel expenses for the enterprise fund for the fiscal year 2021. The enterprise fund ended the year at 93.2%, which is higher than their 6-year average of 90.3. The largest variance here from a percentage standpoint is the MUBS department. And this was associated to a position that was on the books in 2021. And in 2022, the position was removed. So now that position FTE budget has been reduced. And hopefully in 2022, you'll see it closer to 98, 99%. Let's see what else. And I think those are everything else is pretty flat on that one, pretty good. Next one we have is the operating expenses for the enterprise fund for the fiscal year. We ended up at 81%, which is right on average at 81% for 6 years. And as you can see, the largest gap that we have on this screen is in the Public Works Department. And just like the other departments, that was because of $1 million in grant dollars for COVID. We had not expended at that time. So in 22, you should see that expended, but that of the gap, it's 1 million makes up the grant dollars. And then the water department is, they left 17% on their books, which is about 700,000. And this was related to professional services and water meter acquisitions that did not come to fruition for fiscal 21. That gets us to capital. Capital, we spent 21.9 million of the entire budget for fiscal 21. So that value was 24.5 million. So we asked for X we spent 21%, which is leaving the difference of 24.5 million. Working with the enterprise fund team, they requested from the finance department to carry 24.4 of that 5 million. So again, over the next 2 years, they'll spend 99.9% of it. It's just timing, construction, materials. You guys are all familiar with that. So they have asked us to carry basically all 100% of the 24.5 million into this fiscal year so they can complete the projects. And then next year, we'll give you an update of how they did on that. So the actual results for the entire fund itself, again, revenues up 9.4%. Personnel, operating, and capital actuals are below. Again, great problems to have for the city. And with that, again, the enterprise fund is the same way. We have a save before we spend model. We project out 5 to 10 years in our fee management forecast. In this case, we added $21.8 million to our fund balance. As a reminder, 24 million we need to carry forward into fiscal year 2022, which tells you that we had planned to use fund balance in fiscal 21, hence why 24 is larger than 21. I can't add more than I'm using. So we're going to continue to use more fund balance because we are save before you spend model. So of the 21, I would say 100% of that's already accounted for within that $24 million capital carry forward request that the enterprise fund requested. Again, we apply the same forecast approach to the enterprise fund. We do a 5 and a 10-year forecast to make sure that we have enough funds in our CFP requests and our fund balance to meet the needs. And these are the 4 components that we believe and how they added or not added to the overall enterprise fund. So with that, that is the look at the enterprise fund. Happy to answer any questions if there are any. And I don't know the answer to whether or not this is abnormal or normal from a capital expenditure position.
Also questions on the enterprise fund. And just like the budget, generally good on enterprise.
Generally good on enterprise, yes. Well, that gets us to the impact fee fund. Again, by state statute, I have to report to you in the impact fee fund separately. So these are the results for the impact fee fund. These are 100% driven by development. You approve all the permits generate revenue. These are results of your actions on permit approvals. Overall, the revenues for the impact fee fund were 20.8% higher than what we thought we were going to get, and that's primarily due to development being higher and faster than our projections. We're going to go department by department. The fire department ended the year at 43% higher in revenues, and they spent 16.2% of their the capital request. That will be expended pretty quickly with station 7 and 8, the bids coming in. So all this money should be expended on not by this fiscal year, but some combination of this fiscal year and the following fiscal year. So we'll expend all these dollars available on those 2 fire stations because we are save before you spend.
Mr. Mayor.
That's one pro.
So that was my question is, I don't know if you know this because you are not the fire department director, but are we seeing cost increases on our bids such that it's going to eat up all of the additional impact? I mean, some of the fire station 8 is being funded by the general fund. So is this
March
going
21st.
to?
Bids are open on March 21st, so we'll know then.
I'm sorry.
March 21st is when the bids are open, so we'll
Oh,
know
okay. So
then.
we don't know yet. Okay. So we don't have an idea if we should anticipate that this is actually going to benefit us. Okay.
So fair question. We should know by the end of this month where we stand. Yeah. So that is the fire department. The next department we report on is the parks department. Parks department ended at 11.5% higher in revenues, and they spent 58% of their budget. Again, that's mostly for Discovery Park. All these funds are carried into the next fiscal year because we do save before we spend. So we always just carry these monies. When we have enough monies, then the department is allowed to expend the monies on said project following the impact fee study. And then the police department ended at 22% higher for revenues and spending 67% of their budget. Again, theirs are the precinct projects for them. So overall, what you see is we had 20% more in revenues. We spent 35% of our expenditures. Again, these are all great signs on our financials. At some point in time, probably in 22 and 23, the expenses will be much higher, which is what we want to see because we are saving before we spend. And that's how we manage this particular budget. At the end of the day, this is what we did for the impact fees. We increased our fund balance by 5.7 million, which we will expend over the next 2 years for stations, precincts, and Discovery Park. So the plan is working. The plan is being managed. We're collecting the revenues that we projected, and then we'll expend the revenues according to the impact fee study that we currently are following. And then this calendar year, we are conducting and opening up the impact fee study. So we'll be standing back in front of you most likely in August to give you the results of that study. And then we'll work that plan. So any questions on impact fees?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Todd, recognize that the increase in impact fees is because of increase in growth. And so is there concern, or should the council have concern about the, if it's the longevity or the predictability, I guess, of impact fees? I know that departments often use that to kind of project some of their capital projects. And, you know, it's great to see increased revenue in the impact fees. But I guess part of me worries that there's a point in time when Meridian's going to be built out. And there's a point in time where we won't be able to rely on those impact fees. And so making decisions today or talking about plans for 10 years from now without having that predictability, I guess, is there any concern from the finance department about how we're looking at impact fees or how we're using that information to plan for future stations or assets for the city that are impact fee eligible?
Sure. Fair question, Luke. I agree with you. At some point in time, the city's going to slow down in growth, and assessment-based revenue, impact fee-based revenue won't be the approach that we'll go. We'll follow 99% of all the other municipalities in America. We'll be debt-based. When we need something, we borrow and we pay for it through that direction. We are still in a high growth opportunity, so we have the ability to collect revenues at a timely basis where we can expend it within the 10 years. Because if you only sold 2 permits a year for the next 10 years, you would have to refund the money because state statute says you have to refund it in 8 years. You would never collect that. Based on our current numbers, we see us still growing to almost 200,000 people by 2050. So is there growth? The growth is still here. I agree with you. At some point in time, when we analyze the growth data on an annual basis, when that number gets to the point where we don't think the return on investment is there because we cannot expend fast enough following state code, then I agree with you, Luke. Then we stop doing impact fees, we stop doing assessment fees, because then you have to just follow the 99% of the other American municipalities. You go debt-based because you don't have the growth. You're more just let's maintain. And we'll get that. I don't see that for quite a while. I think it's almost 200,000 people that they might be projecting for 2050. So I think we have a lot of growth still ahead for the city of Meridian to continue to manage impact fees and to still allow the city to follow the state statute that allows us to have growth pay for itself. I still think it's a sound approach for the city of Meridian and a revenue source to relieve the property taxpayers.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
please forgive this simple and perhaps ignorant question, but how do you go into the negative on impact?
Sorry.
How does that work? Because I assume you can spend what's in there. So is that with the assumption that there's additional impact fees coming in the following fiscal year?
No, fair question. So this is a 12-month look only. So that means we save before we spend. So we've collected. Now on a 12-month basis, we only collected X amount of revenue, but we expended a lot because we had all this savings money. So we are spending our fund balance that we've been saving for over time. So this last 12-month window, we expended more than we collected in revenue, which is fine because it's a save before you spend. You'll see this next year in the fire department. You may only collect 1.9 million in revenues, but one station is going to be more than $1.9 million in that one small window. Yeah.
My apologies. You're not showing the entire, this is not a
Yes.
reflection of the entire impact fee fund for the police department. It's just a 12-month revenue
You're correct.
minus the expenditures. Okay.
Yep, sorry about that, Jessica. This is a 12-month window only. Yes. Any other questions for impacts? Yep. Again, appreciate the questions. Again, as a recap, what we've done today, showed you the actual results for fiscal 21. Again, the city of Meridian is very healthy financially. So kudos to you guys, kudos to the team for getting us to where we're at. I presented the changes to your fund balance and then the impact fees. The next quarterly update from me is going to be mostly different demographics. Kind of answer what Luke's talking about. What's the growth look like? What are the numbers looking like? What are we using to present to you the fiscal 23 budget? What are the assumptions we're going to use to present to you as the fiscal 23 budget and also our 5 and 10 year forecast? So that's what you'll see from me next from a quarterly update. And again, that's what I have from a presentation, and happy to answer any other questions.
Council, any last questions for Mr. LaVoy?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
just a comment. Todd, you thanked us for, all the good work that gets us a clean report. Audit report. I want to say thank you to you and your staff for an exceptionally clean audit report. I mean, this is the stuff that if cities don't pay attention, they can get into trouble. And we have a team with you and, your folks just do a great job and keep us well informed and going in the right direction and make sure that there's no questions or issues. And just like procurement, where we did the proclamation, they make sure that we are following the law. There's no questions, there's transparency. So I really appreciate that. I don't know if the citizens really realize the great team and the work that you guys do, but we do. So on behalf of the citizens, thank you for what you guys do. Appreciate it.
Appreciate the good word, Brad. Again, we take a lot of pride. It's our honor to deliver a clean audit report. In 2016, when you appointed me to this position, that was my job. And again, the team is the one that does all the work. You know, I kind of get to stand here and take some of the credit or take not the credit, but it's your citizens, your employees. All the employees are part of this approach. There's no way that the 25 of us in clerks and finance can make this happen. It takes everyone to follow the requests. And as Keith mentioned earlier, sometimes we're the bad guys. We have to kind of say no. Again, we appreciate it. We take a lot of honor and pride in delivering you and the citizens a clean audit report. And hopefully we'll do it again this year. Again, thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Our last item is 18 Parks and Recreation Department Lakeview Golf Course Capital Projects bid results discussion. I will turn this over to Mr. Barton, who can fly us through this.
I'll do my best. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. As you remember, last summer, we worked with the National Golf Foundation to do a strategic plan for Lakeview Golf Course. Part of that strategic plan was to come up with, identify the needed capital improvements and come up with a capital improvement plan, which they did. They broke that up into startup costs and then 3 different tiers, tier 1, 2, and 3. Tier 3 is maybe way out in the future, major modifications to the course, not just capital improvement type projects. So we took that and together with some knowledge that we have after operating the course for 1.5 years, we had a set of construction documents prepared for the irrigation system replacement, which is pump station irrigation system replacement. And then also at the same time, what we did is we overlaid a cart path plan onto that irrigation plan. So we could put that out to bid. We could get kind of bring back a menu of items for consideration. And we're here today to talk about that. But just for just kind of a really brief update, the startup costs that were identified by the National Golf Foundation were mainly equipment and some safety mitigation. Some of the safety stuff has been done by the in-house crew out there, just out of the operating account. The equipment's been purchased along with a new set of golf carts. And then even in tier 1 kind of said, purchase the remainder of the equipment. So we've purchased all of the equipment and the golf cars, and we've been making good progress on mitigating some of those hazards that have popped up over time. So now we're down into the meat of the capital improvements. We took those construction documents. We contacted 5 certified golf course builders that we know can do the job. We talked to them ahead of time, said, hey, this project's coming. What do we need to do to get it fit into your schedule? We wanted to get as many bids as we could. We put the project out to bid formally. We left it out for 6 weeks. And at the end of the day, we got 1 bid. And after talking to the other 4 providers that declined to bid on it, they said they just don't have the help to take on any more work. We gave them 300 days to start and finish the job. So we were thinking, hey, this could fit into somebody's schedule. If they needed to start in November or maybe next spring, it would be a good fit. So even that didn't really produce any results. But we do have 1 bid. We feel it's a good bid because it's actually a little bit less than an opinion of cost from our consultant that drew the plans. That opinion of cost was given to us in the middle of December. So we know that when we didn't open the bid until a week and a half ago. So we know there's been a little bit of cost escalation in between times. So based on the based on the bidder, the reputation they have, they just finished a project for the city of Idaho Falls. They come highly recommended. We have a qualified contractor that can do the job, that's in line with the opinion of cost. So with that, we've brought forward 3 different options. And they, there's, without going through the entire list and reading that, hopefully you've had a time to look at it, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. But option 1 is our preferred option, and that is the irrigation system replacement along with a pump station. It's also for cart paths. And this option, if you choose to move forward with this, exceeds our current budget of 2.69 million. This option would require an advancement of the funds that we have kind of set aside in the CFP for FY23. We would propose to bring back a budget amendment to advance to use our existing budget and then also advance that FY23 money. So we could do this project all at one time. We think there's some real benefits to working it that way, in that, the contractor has indicated that they could start in June and do the project this summer. So it's disruptive to the course. We want to minimize that disruption the best we can. And we think that doing it all at one time is going to just, rip the Band-Aid off, get it done, disrupt the course, get the work done. The other thing is, if we do that, we'll save additional mobilization charges. Should we kind of, do part of it this year and maybe part of it next year? We don't know. Obviously, we're going to pay the mobilization charge again. And then in addition to that, we think in this environment that there's going to be additional cost escalation. So our recommendation is for option 1, which is the entire irrigation system replacement, pump station, and cart paths. And then there's those list of allowances for Idaho Power and Construction Administration, yeah. So with that, I will stand for any questions you have.
Mike, if I could just add to that, at least in the way I got it into my head from the standpoint is, we have the money that we've been budgeted. We have the money from Ward. We've already received and allocated half towards this. And then we have what's in the CFP for next year. Basically, we're taking all the money that we've either already allocated, received, or plan to use for next year to move this project forward at the summer at this time. There's still one more piece to this that was not included at this time, just for the well, which was mentioned. We're hopeful maybe we have savings from the contingency, or the pool costs aren't as much, and that we can use some of those funds to put this project in, but it wasn't bid with this element, so it is separate, and we can bring that back forward at the appropriate time. So that's really why this was brought forward in this fashion, was all the funds for this are identified, existing, or planned. It's just whether or not we're ready to pull the trigger and do it this year, or if you say no, the cost. But I think that getting it done now allows us to get the course ready, and the following year we'll have a good idea about what the actual cost and playability and what the future of the course looks like. Instead of having 2 years of it disrupted at partial play, which prolongs some of these long-term financial knowledge about the course.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
one of the things I like about option 1, Mike, is the fact that includes a concrete cart pass. I mean, irrigation, we know it's a need, it has to be fixed, and there's value to that. And you kind of see, oh, hey, it's looking better than it did once it's fixed. But cart path is immediate. People see, hey, they put money into this, they're improving it, as opposed to irrigation, you really don't see it. It's expensive. But I like the fact that we're also doing something that's visible to the public.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, that's a great point. one of the things that in our conversations with the National Golf Foundation, they said, you just bought a new fleet of golf carts and they're riding through potholes. You're gonna beat them up. So, and just to be clear, these cart paths are along the tees and at the greens. So then once you get on the fairway, it's relatively smooth. It's where the existing gravel is right now. So yeah, it'd be a aesthetic improvement for sure, and also easier on our equipment.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
Thank you. Two quick questions. Is that 2,098,000 for fiscal year 23? Is that the entire budget that's for the next fiscal year, or are there additional funds in that? And then also, is this delaying any other scheduled maintenance or improvements that would have been done in 23? Are we kind of exchanging this for something else that was planned? And then can we assume that the course is going to be shut down for a period of time?
So that, yeah, the 2.98 million is the amount that we have in the CFP for CFP for 23. There isn't anything beyond that. But what we would propose is that we would, as there are some needs, some patio improvements, maybe a new roof, depending on the outcome of the well, if we can save contingency, and there's a difference between the amount needed and the CFP amount. We're hoping that we can apply that to the well. But what we would propose to do is run those other improvements through the budget process, put those in the CFP so we can balance those needs with the other needs that everybody else has. And then as far as the course disruption, really what the irrigation crew does is they work on 2 holes at a time. The cart path crew works on 9 holes at a time, but only so you can still keep the course, the 9 holes that are getting the cart paths can remain open. Irrigation crew is 2 holes at a time. So depending on the outcome of this conversation, then we would come back. We need to make our pass holders whole because they bought season passes based on a year-round availability or pending weather, but there may be some proration of depending on the level of disruption, but those are future conversations.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. I like option 1. I don't want to muddy the waters too much, but golf course improvements was a potential source of ARPA funding. I just wanted to mention that. I don't know if that really affects the feedback that you're getting at this point because we haven't discussed our ARPA funding, but just wanted to throw that out there that was an option. Not necessarily one that I'm advocating for, but I like option 1 and that isn't something we could evaluate.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burke.
what was the recommendation of the golf course focus group? What was their preference?
We haven't specifically talked about bid results with the focus group. To convene that group, just as their role is a little bit, it's not they don't advise the council necessarily. They're a citizens group that is a sounding board that we really appreciate their help and input. I could say that if we ask them, would you rather have it done? And then I've talked to a couple of members, just had side conversations with them. And they're like, it is what it is. Get it done as fast as you can.
Mr. Mayor, I realize that they don't advise us, but they're all passionate golfers. So that's the reason for my question.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
I'm in favor of option 1 as well.
Okay. Well, this will have to come back as a budget amendment. I think we've at least got the general direction for conversation. If there's some other conversations would like to have, I think that talking to the golf course focus group has value in terms of some of the things that we maybe talked about, costs, play expectations, some of those type of elements. At the end of the day, a lot of this is a financial decision in terms of what are, what the best interest long-term. Is it cheaper to do it once or twice? I think that was the basic question. And then once we make that decision, we figure out how the best way to approach the play at the course during that time period.
So next steps for me, 2 weeks from now, I'll be back in front of you with a budget amendment for 2.98, along with a contract for Heritage Links. And that goes, pending the outcome of those, we'll have Heritage Links at Lakeview Golf Course sometime in June.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman,
I move adjournment of the work session.
I have a motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Council, call the meeting order. For the record is March 8th, 2022 at 6:05 PM. We will begin this evening's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader,
Here.
Councilman Burnt,
Here.
Councilwoman Perot, Councilman Cavanagh, Councilman Hoagland,
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here, next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Our next item is community invocation, which will be delivered this evening by Pastor Vinnie Hankey. If you all would please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silent and personal reflection.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, good evening. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to come and pray for you. God, we thank you for this evening and for the city of Meridian. We thank you for the peace and the prosperity that we've gotten to experience as its citizens, and we pray and think of those who lack that this evening and pray for your comfort. God, we ask that you would grant wisdom and discernment to the city council as they lead. To the citizens of Meridian, would you grant us the ability to live with one another in kindness, and that we'd be neighbors who would seek the welfare of our city. God, we pray for those first responders, God, those in education, those in the police, fire, and rescue. Would you continue to keep them safe and secure as they serve us well? God, we ask that Meridian would be a city that ultimately would glorify you. We ask this through Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Mr. Mayor? If I
Yes,
may,
Councilman Cavanagh.
real quick. Pastor Hankey, I want to say thank you. I know you've been coming before us a lot lately, and that's time away from your family and your friends and your congregation. I know the council feels this way too. We appreciate your time. We appreciate you coming before us and praying for us. We don't often comment afterwards, but it's something I've really appreciated and found great comfort in. So thank you.
Thank you. Next item up is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move adoption of the agenda as published.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Mr. Clerk, do we have anything set up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, then with that, we will move on to resolutions. Council, first item up tonight is resolution number 22-2317, which is appointments to the Meridian Arts Commission. We had a lot of interest, a lot of extremely qualified people who were wanting to serve. And so before you, I have three people moving forward. First is a reappointment of Bonnie Griffith, who served faithfully on the commission, the current chair of the commission, and well-known to many of you. Next is Bobby Gates, and Bobby was someone who applied last time around. He was the next one out from my selection, and I asked him to get involved with the Arts Commission, which he did. He's been faithfully serving as a member of the Public Arts Subcommittee, and very engaged. And when the opportunity came up to reapply, he put his name in the hat. And I had several of the commission members say, please consider him for appointment. It was the very easy decision because I already had, and he brings a great background to the commission as a practicing artist. With you can see from what he's done in our region, and just a fabulous individual. One of the third one, and this was a tough component because I worked with one of our longest serving Arts Commission members, Leslie Malden, served for 12 years. She also put her name up for reappointment. But in conversations with her and looking at the needs of the commission, she graciously said that she was willing to step aside to allow additional resources and talent to be brought forward to the commission. And that's really what Patrick O'Leary brings. He definitely brings a different side of the business to the Arts Commission. Very much a needed skill set that he is bringing, and one that is very welcomed Again, by the resume, you can see he's got a lot of experience teaching in the for-profit, nonprofit side of the performance industry, and is excited to serve. And that's one of the great things about a growing community is we have a lot of people from outside who have moved to the area who are bringing their skills and talents into the commission that allows our commissions to grow and prosper as well from these opportunities. So with that, those are the three recommendations to round out the Arts Commission at this time. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Holman.
seeing no questions, I would move approval of Resolution 22-2317, reappointing Bonnie Zahn Griffith to the Meridian Arts Commission and appointing Bobby Gaytan and appointing Patrick O'Leary to the Meridian Arts Commission.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Patrick, would you like to come forward and say anything this evening? I think he might be the only one. I didn't see Bonnie. And Patrick, you don't need to if you don't want to, but I'm sure council would like to put a name to the face as they see it.
You're almost here, Patrick.
Ready for this. Just Mr. Mayor and Madam Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. I really look forward to working with the city council and the other commissioners in developing the arts here in Meridian and doing whatever I can to make Meridian the great city or greater city that it is.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. With that, council, we will move on to our action items this evening. First item up is a public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 22-1972. Gotta look. Mr. Clerk, would you like to read the ordinance by title?
Mr. Mayor, be happy to. This is ordinance 22-1972, an ordinance repealing and replacing Meridian City Code Section 171 regarding election, districts, terms of office, residency requirements, amending Meridian City Code Section 172 regarding city council member qualifications, repealing and replacing Meridian City Code Section 174 regarding city council seat vacancies, adding a new section to Meridian City Code Section 1711 regarding Meridian Districting Committee, city council districts, adopting the savings clause and providing an effective date.
Thank you. You've heard this item read by title. Is there anybody who would like it read in its entirety? Okay. Seeing none. This is a public hearing. Mr. Neri, would you like to make any open comments?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor. So this is pursuant to state code. This is a requirement for the city to establish districts for the upcoming election in 2023. The purpose of the ordinance is to establish both a commission and a method for creating those districts, and then ultimately that final product will then come back before the council for approval. So this is to try to accomplish that within this calendar year. So hopefully, if all goes well as anticipated with both the public hearings that are required by ordinance, as well as any other public hearings that may become warranted based on the commission, the input from the public, we would have hopefully a final district done by the end of the summer. That's what's anticipated. So it'll be a full year in advance of when our elections open for candidates to file for the 2023 election. So this would then create 6 districts within the city, and there'd be an election in 2023 for 3 of those districts to be elected by, or 3 of those seats to be elected by district, and then the remaining 3 seats to be elected in the following subsequent election in 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Neri. Council, any questions? Okay. This is a public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up in advance to provide testimony?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay. If there's anybody in the audience that'd like to provide testimony on this item, you can come forward to the mic at this time, or if there's anybody online that'd like to provide testimony, you can use the raise your hand feature and we can bring you in for any comments. Seeing no one wish to testify in this item, Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move to close the public hearing on ordinance number 22-1972.
Second that.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, we'll have a third reading.
Yes.
The vote next week. I appreciate the motion to close the public hearing. And I know we typically refrain from substitute motions, but I think because this is such a substantive change to how we do our elections, I guess I'd encourage the council to keep the public hearing open for an additional week. Didn't have anybody come tonight, and there likely might not be anyone that wants to come and testify. I think we've all been in those situations where somebody has said after the fact they wanted to come and provide some input. So this is something that I think is such a large change. I'd support that we keep the public hearing open for an additional week. I don't know if that's something the council is supportive of, but I just think it's a good practice for us to give our citizens the opportunity to come address us if they've got any questions or concerns.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burton.
I have no issue.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I withdraw my motion to close the public hearing.
Second agree?
I agree.
Okay. With motion withdrawal, and the public hearing will remain open. Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor. Two things. So that would, just for the public's perspective, that still allows also written comment, if there's any written comment that wants to be submitted prior to next week as well. And we will anticipate having it on for third reading and approval for next week.
All right. Then with that, item is continued until, do we need to have an official motion continuing? We withdrew it, but do we need to have a motion to continue it? For the public hearing. Do we need a motion to continue the public hearing to next week?
We
officially?
should probably, just to make it clear in the record. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
we move to continue the public hearing for the third reading of ordinance number 22-1972.
The motion.
Have a motion second to continue this item till next week. Is there any discussion? If not, in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued till next week. Thank you. Next item up is item 3, public hearing continued from September 7th, 2021 for ACHD Youth Sick Maintenance Facility, H 2021-0029. We will continue this public hearing with any staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing as it's been 6 months, I'll briefly go over what was proposed just for the benefit of the public hearing, and then we'll get into the meats and potatoes of everything. First, the request before you tonight is for annexation and zoning with a request for the IL zoning district. The annexation area is 30.27 acres, but the subject site is approximately 23.7 acres. It's because the applicant is being gracious enough to include the irrigation areas that are not part of the property, but they're proposing to annex it to help clean up the area. Secondly, the proposed use is for a maintenance facility for ACHD, which falls under the public utility major use within our development code. The future land use designation on this site is mixed use non-residential because it is near or within a certain area of the city's wastewater resource recovery facility. This type of use is consistent with the comprehensive plan because of its proximity to the wastewater plant. The proposed use is a permitted use within the requested IL zoning district. It is subject to specific use standards. Staff has analyzed the project to be in compliance with those specific use standards and all other development regulations except for the building setback to Miami, which we've discussed before. It needs to be 35 feet. They're showing at 25. Simple fix for them to do that. This is the last concept plan that I received. I'm not aware of any changes to that. Since the last city council hearing in September of last year, ACHD did submit 2 documents that are worthy of note. One, a letter to the council outlining the timing of development of the facility in relation to the widening of Ustick Road and their recently adopted integrated 5-year work plan. And also a response to the previous conditions of approval in my staff report, my latest staff report. Now, in between the staff report publishing and the September hearing, there were some possible recommendations that were in the presentation. I will go over those briefly as well. Specifically, this one regarding the wastewater discharge, which was discussed between the applicant and Public Works because sewer is not available for the site currently. My understanding that both the applicant and the city engineer / Public Works are okay with this. I have not been told otherwise. It seems pretty straightforward. Secondly, this was a DA provision that had been modified, as you can see, with the strike through and underline in regards to occupancy permits on the site and then the widening project for U-Stick. Now, this was not something staff included. This was at the behest of council. I did not write a memo following ACHG's latest, or I should say the applicant's latest letters, because they're requesting that this provision be waived or stricken completely. And they are also proposing 2 additional conditions. I did not want to presume what council's direction on that DA provision would be, so I did not include an additional memo for that. Really, the outstanding issues are regarding this and then the proposed timing of development for the area. So they did not submit a different phasing plan. However, they did, or I should say, they didn't submit a phasing plan that's tied directly to the site plan like they had previously, but they have shown what their site phasing and trip generation will be, which was also included in their letter, plus the overall widening projects in the area. So really, that's the end of my presentation. So I will stand for any questions, but I presume you'll want to hear from the applicant.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions? Would the applicant like to come forward?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. For the record, Jennifer Behringer, I'm the Deputy Director of Maintenance for Ada County Highway District. I did want to add a little bit additional information. Joe, if you could go to the next slide. It's very similar to what you had in your packet to review, but it adds a little bit more insight into other things that ACHD is doing as far as site building and expanding our capability across Ada County, specifically because Ada County is growing so much. We need to grow as well. So as we move forward with not only the U-Stick yard, I wanted to let you know that we have a yard on Franklin that is currently in design, and that's where traffic operations are going to be going into. We have the U-Stick yard, and then just below that, I kind of show that timeline of the U-Stick road widening. And then we have property that's been acquired on Federal Way at Apple Street, and we have very similar strategy for U-Stick yard that will apply to that site. And then overall, kind of what that might mean for our currently operational Adams yard. So in general, what I wanted to show on this slide was development at U-Stick yard is tied pretty closely to our timeline for developing the Federal Way yard. And if you think about Ada County as a whole and where currently our 2 yards are, expanding out to be able to cover all of the zones appropriately, if we're going to develop up the Federal Way yard, we really need to have the U-Stick yard operational, because we're kind of shifting a little bit in our capability and response times. So this site just kind of shows, or this slide shows, how all of those sites are going to kind of time together. And really the value of the location that we have for building up the U-Stick yard and our ability to service this side of Ada County specifically, Meridian being a prime location for that. A lot of our development is going to be tied to cost. So not going into any of the details on the bottom part of the slide, but you can see some of our decisions are going to be made on what the costs are going to be. So any delays in any of those pieces will possibly impact timelines for the others. But that's in general what I wanted to share, just kind of in addition to the details that we gave you on the U-Stick yard, that ACHD wide, we do have other plans for other sites. So everything's kind of tied in together. And I'll stand for any questions, and I'll have Becky has a portion as well.
Council, you want to have any questions, or want to wait till they finish their presentation?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions, 1029 North Rosario and Meridian. I'm here as a representative of Ada County Highway District. I've been working with the district for gosh, at least a year on this particular project. It's had its ups, it's had its downs. We've been working diligently to obviously take into consideration some of the comments from the city council about the USTIC corridor and the importance of improvements along that corridor. If you look at the attachments that were provided by the district, as Jennifer indicated, that site phasing and trip generation shows what the district plans over the next 8 years at that site. It's, you know, as Meridian grows, it's imperative that the district be able to provide services because they are integral in our community, and the support between the city and the highway district is of utmost importance if we're going to deal with the traffic and growth issues that we are now encountering. Secondly, if you look at the other attachment, it shows a 2022 to 2026 integrated five-year work plan. And all of these documents were reviewed and endorsed by the ACHD Commission. Some of those representatives are here tonight, obviously showing their support. So one of the things that they did go back and look at is as far as the cost effectiveness of improving that USTIC corridor. And they determined that it was more cost effective for them to do a rebuild from Linder to 10 Mile and then from Black Cat or from 10 Mile to Black Cat. And so they have those design year 2022, right-of-way acquisition in 2023, and then construction to begin in 2024 on the first phase, and then that second phase in 2025. As Joseph indicated, the site plan has not changed from what the council saw previously. I did submit a letter to the council and the mayor, basically outlining the conditions of approval that were within the staff report, which was written on 7/13/2021. I've highlighted some of the sections that we need revisions to. A1C, as far as the administrative building is concerned, that is basically the focal point there at the intersection of Naomi and USTIC Road. The district is in agreement that the design of that administrative building shall meet the commercial guidelines under the Meridian Design Guidelines or the commercial standards. As far as the other proposed buildings that are within the interior of the project, we would ask that the council allow us to apply the industrial standards since the IL zone is what we are asking for. We're also providing a significant amount of berming, and the staff has included a condition of approval that requires that we have additional landscape berming, fencing, buffers. Obviously, that's going to mitigate, any industrial look. If you drive down the USTIC corridor right now, what do you see? The wastewater treatment facility. Not that pretty, not that nice. So, well, from that perspective,
Beautiful facility. Love to give you a
Works.
tour.
fabulously. Plant some trees. But anyway, so, we're already agreeing to additional landscaping, berming, fencing combination. And obviously cost is an issue. These are public dollars, just like the city has public dollars. So that we ask, like I said, that the commercial standards, design guidelines apply to the administrative building, but not to any of the other buildings which are more industrial in nature. Under item 1D, the districts will be installing detached walks along the project frontage of USTIC and Naomi. We voluntarily included that 5-foot micropath going north, attaching to the sidewalk. a future sidewalk in Naomi so that we have an interconnectivity to that multi-use pathway along 5 Mile Creek. We're agreeing to improvements along 5 Mile Creek frontage and the lighting as requested by the Meridian Pathways Coordinator. Item 1F, the applicant's in agreement with the city engineer and public works. They provided us some alternatives. They're willing to work with the district, obviously to facilitate getting this project online, knowing that the eventual trunk line designated to serve this property is northwest of us, but will eventually come to this site. But we can use like a grinder pump or something along that line as an interim facility to pump back to the manhole. I've included in my, under item H, that landscape buffer along Ustick will be vegetated with additional landscaping, trees to touch at maturity, incorporating beds, fence line, shrubs, vegetation to mitigate any or industrial type uses within the site with that first phase. And then if you go down to item C, the district has asked me to propose 2 conditions that be added to the development agreement. One, that building permits will be issued for the on-site improvements based on the timeline provided by the district and the commitment in the documents that have been submitted as part of this record. ACHD will construct the planned deceleration turnout lane prior to any building permit request, so that we won't hamper any of the traffic along that Ustick corridor. And ACHD will be authorized to construct and obtain a final inspection and occupancy permit for the decant center so that it may be operated during the development of the site as outlined in the timeline and site phasing. And the decant will be constructed within the calendar year of 2024. And the site will also be used for some staging equipment and outdoor storage. One of the things that the commission made it very clear, and the staff, is that we've made the commitment to the Ustick widening. We've provided the documentation. It's in the work plan, but we cannot accept a condition of approval that states that Ustick widening has to be done prior to any improvements on the site. That's just not going to work for the district. There's trust here, goes both ways. And I think the district has taken these past few months to talk through this. They've come up with a very defined site phasing plan and showing their commitment to the city of Meridian and their commitment to the Meridian residents to provide better service. And I feel that the council and the mayor should support this because I do believe it's in the best interest of the community as a whole. May I answer any questions? Or do you have any questions for the ACHD staff that's here this evening?
Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Can we go to council?
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to make a clarification before the questions because I might get one about this. Thank you. Regarding the A1C and the commercial standards versus industrial along Ustick, I just wanted to be clear for both the applicant and council. The way the DA provision is currently written is that all of the buildings along Ustick have to meet commercial standards, not just the admin building. So I did want to make that very clear. Sounds like the applicant is requesting that only applied to the admin building. I don't really care about the fleet maintenance because it's going to be so far back, but the covered storage and the admin building, I do believe should meet the commercial standards because the storage can get pretty rough if it doesn't meet the commercial standards. So I just wanted to make that very clear.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
That was the question I had. And Joe, I think we touched on this at the previous hearing for that particular building covered storage. And I know when we have homes and whatnot, we require modulation in different colors and different things like that. But I think at that last hearing we talked about for industrial, it's not as intense in terms of having it's to be not stark white, that sort of thing. So it wasn't going to be a major thing. Oh, we got to have cupolas on this thing, and let's put up a weather vane, whatever. Can you if, I don't know if you call the conversation, but what would that mean to meet the standards, just because it is visible from the road for a portion of time, because we do want trees that touch eventually, but.
Councilman Hoagland, that's a great question. Now that I'm thinking about it, between the industrial and the commercial centers, there's not going to be that big of a difference for what's going to be required in the provisions because it faces U-stick. So a lot of the architectural standards are applicable to if you face residential, you face the public entrance of another business, or you face a public space / right of way. So this faces right of way. So it's going to have to meet pretty much everything that the standards manual is going to request. So has to have modulation, has to have, both in the wall as well as the parapets or the roof of the building. It can't just be one color. You got to have like an accent material, things like that. Usually requires some landscaping. Granted, that will be within the buffer, so I'm not too concerned with that. It shouldn't be anything substantive, especially because I believe in that conversation, they had noted that it shouldn't be any higher than like 18 feet, which between 6-foot fence and then you have the landscaping that will eventually be taller than the building, it won't be that noticeable. But the city and staff just want to make sure we have that ability to say, hey, you at least got to meet the commercial standards here.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Follow-up question for Becky. You'd mentioned the berm. If you got a 6-foot fence, how high is the berm? Do you recall?
Well, obviously it hasn't been designed yet, and that's going to be determined obviously with the U-stick corridor design and the elevation of the berm. Right now we have, I believe, 35 feet to our closest building. And then we have, I believe, a 25-foot landscape buffer. And in my conversations with the district, obviously they want that U-stick corridor to be as attractive as possible. So, they have indicated to me if the council or the mayor thinks they're just going to stick up an RM steel building, as along the U-stick, that's not their intent. Their intent is to incorporate different colors and some textures and stuff. They just don't want to get into a situation where they are incurring excessive costs to meet the commercial standards for the shop or the fleet storage. But their willingness to work with the staff to come up with color schemes, material texturing. I mean, I've seen a lot of mini storage where, it's got one wall that, due to different materials and colors, you wouldn't even know it was mini storage. And, and it's on the interior, it's more of an industrial type metal building. So the primary concern is obviously cost, but they are concerned with aesthetics, just like the city. And I guess they would like the opportunity to work with staff and take staff recommendations, but not be saddled with conditions that wouldn't be applied to any other project that may be in an IL zone.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. Becky, would you mind bringing up the timeline again? So I just want to talk about FY 2025. Is the plan to have the widening under construction while there's 103 trips per day at the same time? How is that going to work? Excuse me. How's that going to work? Is the assumption that the construction that happens in 2024, what will run in front of the site, and then perhaps as you're going towards Black Cat, that's where 2025 construction comes in, or does it not work like that?
Yeah, based on what they provided me, they indicated that the 10-mile to Black Cat would be constructed in 2024. And so in 2025, when you start generating trips, they're going to have that 1 mile completed. Then they'll start working on the Linder to 10 mile. So yeah, they've indicated that as far as their trip generation, there's going to be very few trips which will be completely insignificant and negligible as far as the overall trips on U-Stick until such time as that widening in front of the parcel is.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Capper.
Becky, it's nice to see you and nice to have bulk of the commissioners here and the director and the council, the remarkable communications director joining us all tonight. I think it speaks to the partnership collaboration that I think we should all be celebrating. You know, we're maybe looking at this issue a little bit differently, but I'm appreciative that everybody's here. I guess, Becky, I'm going to ask you to kind of dumb this down to a 101 level so I can make sure that I'm wrapping my head around this correct. When I look at condition J, that it sounds like you and the commission aren't supportive of. When I read that, it resembles a lot of what I think your legal counsel suggested when they were before us 6 months ago. And so I'm trying to wrap my head around about what's changed since you were before us in September and why what you're now suggesting you think is, I guess, the better mousetrap.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, yes, we did ask that condition J be removed. And the reason being is we have basically supplied the council and the mayor a roadmap, an adopted integrated plan showing what the improvements are going to be, what those steps, what fiscal year they will take. And the commission is extremely concerned that they would be saddled with a condition that would inhibit their ability to get the site going. And when you start putting conditions on, it'd be the same thing as if on a subdivision, you said prior to the issuance of any permits, construction permits for your first phase, you've got to build a whole mile of arterial. I mean, you know, I've never had that happen. I've done my frontage requirements, I've done signals, but my point is the mitigation that is more than what the impact of this site is. And that's the crux of it. This isn't a subdivision. This is part of your infrastructure and a facility that will serve this community for years to come. And they will be able to react with their de-icing equipment, their maintenance equipment, their sweepers. It'll be more cost effective for the district and provide better service to Meridian. And the commission is strongly against any condition that says you can't have a building permit until you do all the road widening. They need to get that decant center on. You're talking 20 vehicle trips a day, which is like absolutely nothing. And that's in 2024. They've made a significant commitment. So you ask what's changed? This document that I have in my hand that I put in the record is what has changed. They have made commitments and they've said, no, we're not just going to build 1 mile of U-Stick corridor. We're going to build 2 miles of U-Stick corridor. So that's significant. That's a big fiscal commitment on their part. And trying to meet the council in the middle and do a little more than what was offered last year.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, I was going to do a follow-up with Becky, making sure that the deceleration lane was constructed as part of that construction in 2024. And this does answer that after we disappeared. Can we go back to that slide that was just up on deceleration lane? Joe or whoever's controlling it. Yeah, deceleration lane at Naomi Avenue and Eustic Road is constructed. No building permits shall be issued until that deceleration lane is constructed. And then building permit, after it's constructed, building permits may be issued for those other facilities. And no certificate of occupancy permit shall be issued by the city until the East Road widening project is completed per the letter from ACHD Commission. Certificate of occupancy, and you'll know this, Becky, and I don't, but I will learn, is certificate of occupancy for covered sheds and those types of things. Do we do that?
Like a decant center, I would assume so, because you've got to have some final measure in order to final out the permit. A permit has to be granted. I think, that condition is written. What we've done is we've tailored it so that, you can obviously attach this timeline as an exhibit to the DA. This document, this timeline, this integrated plan that I brought before you can be part of the DA. And then I tried to basically clarify that in my request for modifications and additions within the conditions of approval.
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on.
I appreciate that, because I think in our last meeting, that was the question, what's happening when and what's being built and proposed. This really does lay it out much better. It's very helpful, so I appreciate that.
So, and I think we kind of got out into the weeds at the last hearing, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and then some of the council members were like, now what? You're going to build this, but when are you doing that? And, we thought it was clear to us because we've been working on it for a year, but up on the screen, it became kind of confusing. And so this format that ACHD came up with, that Jennifer prepared and the commission worked on with the staff and Steve, I think is a lot better exhibit to put in the DA.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, sure.
I just want to be very clear that this DA provision as written was, this is 6 months old or so. And I just wanted to make sure this is the one that the applicant is proposing to strike. So this whole deceleration line and all that, not part of it, but it is part of what the applicant has proposed within these two conditions. I just wanted to make that very, very clear. Yes, tied to the timeline of USTIC and the exhibit, et cetera.
So there's 5 council members here this evening. I'm not going to be part of any decision that's made unless somebody gets a call or goes out with their voice. I'm that simple. So I'm going to ask the hard question, Becky. Commissions can change. They can revise that document next year. So other than trust, you're asking us to trust maybe new commissioners that are not even elected, if they're going to fulfill that plan as outlined by this current set of commissioners. And, I think there's a lot of similarities to development where when we approve a development, if they go sell, that new developer is tied to those conditions. And we don't give one a break because they're better than the others. They're still tied to the same level of expectations. And so, yes, I understand trust, but you're also saying this document has weight when it really has no legal weight beyond this commission for this year's decision-making process. How is the commission, or who at the commission is going to guarantee that this is doing, especially when the guarantee would be to put it in the DA, but we're being told not to do that.
Mr. Mayor, I think the issue is the fact that they are here, the staff is here, the commissioners are here, and you're right, commissioners can change over time. But as an exhibit, as part of the development agreement, this document would be binding. This is a public agency. The bait and switch game is not on the table here. If we can't trust each other, then who can you trust?
It's not about trust in a lot of ways.
But
It's about
I'm trying to, I guess I don't understand the reluctancy of the council to to be supportive of what they're trying to do and what they're trying to accomplish. And I think they've been forthright. They've had a lot of meetings with me and without me to get to this point, to get to this commitment. And I commend them for that.
I'm just trying to take other conversations about other issues and apply them fairly and equally to all parties through that prospect. Where I've been very educated by our legal department that we're not allowed to enter into long-term agreements with other partners that have funding obligations tied to them, because we can't tie future councils to decision-making processes, just like they can't tie them. And that's what I'm really trying to get at. And ultimately I'll turn to the bill at some point, or he can, or council can, if it's relative. I just want to make sure that there is trust is good, but what is the value of putting that document in to this process? And if legal says, yep, that's a legally binding document that will hold people to do stuff, then maybe council will have what they feel and need. I'm just trying to work through the.
And I respect that, Mr. Mayor. And I guess from my perspective as a planner for 32 years now, when a project comes before you, obviously there are exactions that are warranted based on the trip generation as far as any transportation improvements. This is a public site. It's not like anything that I've represented before that has a significant impact on the transportation system by itself. I guess, they are here in good faith saying, hey, we know that the USTIC corridor is a priority in Meridian and we're willing to make that commitment. But to put an exaction on them that you wouldn't put on a developer, I don't think that is proper or supported by the UDC or by the law.
I won't use the word exaction. That's your word, not mine. But I think we have a developer who's right behind you who's been held to occupancy of buildings specifically on road improvements that they opted to do themselves. And that has been part of work that we have done. It's just fortuitous that they're in the audience right behind you tonight. So it has been part of that, but that's a voluntary element.
And Mr. Mayor, they're going to generate significant amounts of traffic when you're talking projects of that magnitude. So obviously there is a chicken and egg when those trips are generated, the improvements are in, but this is a different animal.
Fair enough. I just want to get that out there because I could feel it, but I wanted to get it out there for the
Appreciate that.
discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Council Administrator.
Just a comment. When I joined city council, there were a lot of projects that went forward as a result of decisions of past councils. And I feel like as an elected official, I tried to honor the previous decisions that councils had made. And I understand that things can change. But I just want to say I appreciate the documentation of widening USTIC and the timeline that was put together. It gives me a lot of comfort. I have faith that the entire Ada County Highway District is in support, and that I hope future commissioners will follow the promises that were made. I consider it a promise and arising to that level. And at some point, I wish we could have what I thought was a workable legal approach, but it feels like we've just pushed this as far as it can be pushed. In my opinion, the overall benefit is to our community to have it here. Ultimately, we're going to get USTIC widened as a result a little bit earlier than probably would have happened. So just wanted to provide my take on that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Becky, you said something interesting earlier, and that was, in your experience, you deal with development, and this is a whole road. And yet, if this was a single development, if we take Bridge Tower, which is a good example, just a mile down the road and something you were involved with, I think you were required to put in a center turn lane for that in and out, and maybe some other things on USTIC Road. So if this was just a private development and homes going in, I would assume we'd want a center turn lane and maybe a decel lane for something like this and landscaping. from your experience, what would be required for if that was just a project you were working on right in front of that facility?
You know, the property's not that large. It's 23.7 acres. So, you know, it wouldn't, you know, if we were say doing single family there, you're right, it may warrant a turn lane. We would have to widen U-stick, so 17 feet from center line. We'd have to install sidewalk. We'd have to do the arterial buffer. But as far as signalizing Naomi, or building Naomi Avenue to the north, we probably would not be required to do so because the trips we generate wouldn't warrant it because the project wouldn't be of a significant size. So I think, you know, that's the big thing. The council's getting a big bang for their buck here, considering the traffic impact of the site. And, you know, getting that signal in at Naomi, the residents were very supportive of that. You know, pedestrian crossing there so they can go down the sidewalk that we're building, get on the micropath and get on the multi-use pathway along 5 Mile Creek. I mean, I think this is a puzzle piece. The district's gone out of their way, you know, they paid me and a surveyor to clean up all the little out parcels that were part of 5 Mile Creek and 9 Mile Creek so that the city limits don't have all these little pieces and parts that aren't in the city limits. You know, everything the city's asked us to do, we have stepped up. And we ask that the city step up and support us and support these modifications to the conditions as requested and include these documents as an exhibit in the DA. Thank you.
Councilman Pearl.
So Becky, I want to make sure that I'm hearing you and really clear on exactly what it is that this change and what's being requested. So at the last meeting, one of the biggest concerns was that the district wasn't wanting a condition that said they had to widen U-stick Road in the DA. But by attaching that schedule, are you not essentially doing that by saying we're going to follow this timeline, therefore we are going to widen it by 2025? And so help me understand.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm not
Councilman
done yet.
Pearl. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you.
Get excited.
So help me understand that. And then the second question I have for you is my understanding of, as Joe was explaining this, that we are no longer considering this, the version that was of the DA provision that was written 6 months ago. It's completely going to be gone. And it's just the two conditions now that you are proposing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And secondly, on the first question is the problem with the language was it stated that the U-stick improvements had to be installed prior to the issuance of any building permits. And they need that decant center or station, as they call it, to come online. They need to store some materials, some equipment out at that site. So they do not feel comfortable with having restrictions placed on them as far as the getting that going. And then with setting this site phasing timeline and making the commitment and having this part an exhibit of our application, they're showing the council their 8-year plan for this site and their plan for the U-stick widening for 2 miles and accelerating that as much as possible and putting it into their integrated plan. So that's what's changed.
Mr. Mayor.
Issue.
Thank you. I just thinking about all this, and I'm not a lawyer, so, you know, bear with me here, but I'm not a complete idiot. So just thinking about all this as we're going through it and reading these two conditions compared to the other one from, you know, last year, they're a lot closer than they seem. And I think that's what Councilman Perot is getting at. And I would agree by the way they're read. And to Mr. Mayor's point, you know, integrated 5-year work plan can change outside of our understanding or know with all. So I would recommend modifying the first condition to just after the first sentence put timeline provided by the district and as shown in the attached exhibits. And then in parentheses, I would put whatever those exhibits would be. However, and Mr. Neri can correct me if I'm wrong, I think that would then make those exhibits legally binding to the DA and those improvements almost necessarily that way, regardless of the integrated 5-year work plan, which in turn is almost the same condition that I already had in some ways, maybe with some modifications, because they're already adding the one with the decant station, which makes sense. I understand that council was already ready to do that last time. I just wanted to, maybe council can help me understand as well as the applicant, because maybe with that slight modification, we're all on the same page.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Joe, if you put up the slide with the timeline, and that's where I think what you're getting at. So here, if you look at the decant station FY24, so what we had previously talked about, and I hadn't heard that tonight, but at a prior meeting I had with both the district staff and with Becky, talked about tying the certificates of occupancy to some of these later construction pieces. And that Councilmember Hoagland asked that question. So I did speak with the building department, and yes, everything that has a permit has a certificate of occupancy, even for a shed. And as we've discussed on other occasions, not with this project, but other projects, and you've heard me say a number of times from the seat, again, the building permit's your hammer, right? It's because it's a no. It's a hard no. It's a hard no at the window when you come with your check. So that's one tool to enforce your DA. But a lot of it is dependent on who the other party is. And Mr. Mayor's example was a good one. But here's the slight difference I see. In a normal residential building project, whether it's multifamily or single family, the potential to sell it from one developer to another is very high. In this particular instance, for ACHD to sell this project to then another developer to develop a laydown yard for a construction company is not quite likely or the same. It's a completely different scenario. So what you're getting in this DA is what you're getting. I mean, you're not likely to have that happen. That's the least likely scenario I could see. Tying the certificate of occupancy is more difficult than a building permit. I won't kid you, and Mr. Price, Ms. McKay know that it's not the same tool. It is a tool. We have means to enforce it. We have a development agreement that has conditions in it that allow us some leeway to enforce through a court if we had to. I don't know that we'd have to, but we do have means to do it. It's just a different tool. Yes, there is trust. Yeah, you're dealing with a developer that is not likely to change, or the most least likely to change that you would in every other scenario. So there is at least a method here that is better than other developments with certificate of occupancy as your one tool left. We have used it before. We have used it in conjunction with the district before. So it isn't something that's foreign to us to apply or the district. So I wouldn't say it's completely, an unusable form of enforcement. Again, I'm never going to tell you it's a better tool than the building permit, but in this particular scenario, it certainly can function. It is a different animal than your typical residential or multifamily or even commercial or even industrial sub, because again, all of those with private development have a much different ability to change from one person to another or one business to another. This one isn't the same.
Council, additional questions for the applicant? Okay. I think we're good for now. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to provide testimony on this item this evening?
Mr. Mayor, only one person signed in. They didn't wish to speak according to the form.
If there's anybody that'd like to provide testimony in this item, if you'd like to come forward at this time, or if there's anybody online who'd like to provide testimony, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom.
Thought for sure it'd be Kent Goldthorpe.
Go and come on up, say your name and address for the record.
Ryan Olson, 4559 West Neiman Court, Meridian. I'm the one that did sign in, but decided I did want to comment. So thank you, Mayor, council members, appreciate it. As a neighbor, well, first of all, I want to say I appreciate ACHD and all they do. I think they do a tremendous job in our county and really do appreciate them. My only concerns about this project really are just the aesthetics. As a neighbor, I am concerned about the appearance. Now, it was discussed that the difference between the commercial standards versus industrial standards for the buildings. And I don't know the difference, but I do hope that that the buildings that are near Ustick Road, if approved, that those do have more of a commercial feel, just a nice look to the that adds to the neighborhood and the streets nearby. Also, if it's not inappropriate, I do have just a few maybe questions that might be addressed by the applicant. Number one is there's been mention of a 6-foot high fence. Skimming through the application, I had thought that was an 8-foot high fence. So just wondering if they could provide, correct me if I'm wrong, or provide clarification on that. Also, the buffer, it sounds like there was a question about the height of the berm. That was one of my questions as well. Sounds like that hasn't been designed yet, but I was wondering if the 25-foot buffer was the distance between the fence and the edge of pavement, just trying to understand what that buffer entails for the fence. And just like to encourage the applicant and the city council just to make sure this is a good looking project for us in the neighborhood. We really do care about that. We have a lot of pride in our neighborhood and just want it to maintain a good feel. And so that's all I have. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Council, any questions? Thank you. Looks like we do have one person online, Mr.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. My mouse will work here. We have Mike with no last name, and Mike, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. I just wanted to talk and make sure that we understand, because I think there's a.
Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Michael Lewis, 5343 West McMurtry Street.
Thank you.
In Meridian. Good evening. I would just like to bring up that I think there's a developer in the audience tonight that is going to be developing on the Black Cat and Ustick area. So that's going to be additional traffic in the area as well. And being here with the Waihe High School down the road, the traffic already is getting heavy, and it is a 1-lane road. So I would ask, I am thankful that they want to put something over here, because it's usually one of the last areas I think that gets maintained. So that will definitely help on the side of town. But with that said, what's the impact? I mean, the roads get closed down a lot already for the construction that's going on in between McMillan and Ustick. So with this project coming online and them asking for no conditions, I guess, how do we hold them besides for the DA to making sure that they are upholding their side and they are meeting their timelines? And that's what I have for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions for Mike? Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to provide testimony on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Steve Price, General Counsel for the Ada County Highway District. I just wanted to be very clear the Commission's position on the projects that are identified in the Integrated 5-Year Work Plan. They are committed to doing those projects for a lot of the reasons that you just heard from the last speaker. You got a high school, you've got a lot of other things, and we recognize the growing need out there. But the Commission will not agree to any condition in the DA that ties any of the projects in the Integrated 5-Year Work Program to this development application. I just want to make sure that's very clear, because that's very much their position.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Price, appreciate you coming up. I know you were with Becky, and I wanted to make sure you had a chance to weigh in, so I'm glad you came up. Talk to me a little bit about the amount of projects that have been intended to be completed as part of the integrated 5-year work plan, but has had to be delayed or pushed off from year to year. And we know that happens. We, as the council earlier, talked about fire stations and police stations and parks, and conditions change, and what you anticipate doing 5 years from now, conditions change. But give us a flavor. You guys executing at 100% of your 5-year work plan, 80%, 90%? Give us a flavor for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh, I can tell you that, yes, we do have projects slide. A lot of the times every year you'll have, it'll go from 1 year into the next year. Very rarely do we delay one project multiple years. It's usually just slides because of the contract schedule. You have irrigation issues. So if anything, it would slide into the next calendar year. The key thing, once the horse lets go in terms of the design of the project and right away, then it's pretty much full steam ahead. But again, this application for development, the property itself and the development will generate very few trips per day, especially during the construction. We're really fighting over something that I don't think is a fight. The reason is that you'll see from that schedule, a lot of the project, the buildings, they won't even be developed until after that project is built. One thing the commission was interested in doing was tying the two projects on USTIC together. One, we were afraid that it would create a bottleneck if we just improved one and not the other. And the other is that it'll save money if we do them both at the same time. So it was a win-win. And that's something we've talked about over the last 6 months, is how can we not just give Meridian what they want, but how can we make it work for the area? And that's their commitment to do that. The total, if you exact, and I'll use that word because it's a legal term, if you exact and you make it a condition of this, a development agreement, that we complete those projects, that's a $14 million exaction for less than 300 trips per day. And I know it's an annexation, but it's also subject to the Idaho regulatory taking analysis. I mean, Becky had mentioned she doesn't think that it's legal. We don't feel that it's legal, but the concern is this: if the commission is subject to that, then anything else that we do in any other community, then we have other cities that will condition projects in the ACHD integrated 5-year work program tied to something that we need in that community. It's really improper, and I hope you can see that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
there's a couple of things in there that at least I started to agree with. Maybe my mind is changing, because I don't think we're fighting either. I think your commission likely relies on your expertise and advice, as they should, as all good commissioners rely on their staff. Likewise, we as a council are relying on the feedback and advice and subject matter expertise of our staff as well. You gave me a lot of extra insight and information that I find actually very valuable, but you didn't also answer my question. And so I'll ask it again, and I'll give you another chance.
Sure.
What percentage of projects that are part of the integrated 5-year work plan, I think you used the word slide from year to year. What percentage is that slides from 1 year to the next? You anticipate doing it in 23, but conditions change, something happens, and it moves to 24, 25. What percentage?
Well, I don't, as the lawyer, I don't walk around with that number, but as part of the executive team, I will tell you, out of a $50 to $60 million capital improvement project, maybe 4 million slide. And that's what's happened in the last year, a little over 4 million. And we track that in the financials. They're called encumbrances. And so I would say you can do the percentage off of that, but it's a very small percentage.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Maybe a couple, then maybe not for you, but maybe for Becky, or you've got a lot of very talented people here. Maybe they can get us that answer. My other question would be, is it looks like your daily traffic counts in many cases is 4 or 5 years old. And as we've heard from public testimony, there's been a lot of growth in West Meridian, the addition of the high school. What impact does that have in moving the service level of better than E to E or something beyond that? And again, I recognize your legal counsel, you're not a traffic engineer. I don't play a traffic engineer. I'm not near capable of that, but relying on the expertise of maybe some smart people in the room to answer those questions for us, I think would be helpful as well.
Okay, so I just want to be clear on your question. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. You want to know what's the increase in traffic since the last traffic study?
Sure.
And that might be better as, Mr. Price, I don't want to hold you to that. Okay, we know that's not your role, but perhaps your team's on notice and Becky can provide that when she comes up.
You bet.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, while Steve is up, I have a question.
Councilman Hoagland.
Steve, you talked about the projects on Ustick Road and you talked about the 14 minute. Were you talking about both the, if we work back from Black Cat to 10 Mile and 10 Mile to Ustick was that both projects? Because I just wanted to be sure. I think they had mentioned that
Pull up that map of the Houston.
yeah, I think the 10 Mile to Linder would be 2025 because that seems like that's a more complex build because of 5 Mile Creek right along that northern edge. And I wanted to be sure that and then the 24 was definitely the 10 Mile to Black Cat. I guess, and to come down, my point and question to you to confirm, I guess, is the fact that ACHD has made Ustick Road a priority now because of Waihe High School, because of the growth that's occurring out there. It seems to me the district has really moved that up and is committed to making that work. So I guess, can you confirm that?
Sure. Well, if you look on this, Councilman Hoagland, you'll notice the two projects, the Ustick Black Cat 10 Mile and the Ustick 10 Mile Linder. Those are the two projects that would be moved up. Well, that you see the schedule, but the idea is that the Linder project's very much part of that.
I guess, Mr. Mayor, to follow up, and Steve, just to kind of, Councilman Kavanagh raised an interesting question about the push and whatnot. And to me, when you look at these two construction projects, I see them as two. That Ustick Road 10 Mile to Linder is a much more complex one. If one's going to get pushed, it'd probably be that one just because of the irrigation season, because of that having to build a huge retaining wall. To me, that 10 Mile to Black Cat's the one that gets done. I mean, right-of-way acquisition, what needs to be done, it's less complicated than the other one. And since your site is there, to me, that gives me a little more comfort that that's not the complicated one, which engineers are capable of overcoming it, but sometimes nature and other things, conspire against that. So that gives me, I can sleep better at night where the facility is located than if it was located off the other one, just because of that. When we talk about pushing projects, when things get complex, that's when you have a greater chance of those things happening. So thanks for bringing that up because that does show the construction years and how that comes about. So.
And as a kind of a follow-up to your last question, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, we're committed to a lot of the road improvements out there. We've been very concerned about the impacts of Highway 16 and what's going on with that. And that's caused the commission a lot. And that's one of the things. We've had some funding issues during the last budget session. And that's why we really did ask for a deferral is how can we fund this? We did receive a big chunk of money from the legislature this year that's committed to this area. It was specifically earmarked, well, not in writing, but the commitment from the legislature as understanding the impacts of Highway 16 on the local roads within this area. And the commission's committed, at least to my understanding, is that there will be a lot of focus with the dollars out in this area. So Councilman Kavanagh, in terms of funding, that's usually one thing that makes a project slip. And I think once it gets into this and with the additional money that we've received from the state, I don't see that the project would slip because of funding. I would see that it would, any logistics or design issues or something like that, but we would keep the city fully appraised of that just through our integrated 5-year work program. I'd also like to, Mr. Mayor, we have Justin Lucas, who is our Deputy Director of Projects and Planning. He is on the line. And he can answer some of your questions on traffic counts as well as scheduling.
So, Becky, before you speak, I want to make sure we're in regular order. I took Mr. Price as a citizen of and not a representative of the applicant for closing. Before you start speaking, can I just verify that there's no one else in the audience from the public who would like to provide testimony so we can give the applicant into the closing portion of the public hearing? Is there anybody else here or online that would like to provide testimony on this item? Seeing none, the applicant, it's your time to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions. Just to kind of answer some of the questions that arose, the gentleman got up and asked about the height of the fence. The maximum height in that IL zone is 8 feet. We did submit pictures of like very attractive like Trex, side obscuring fencing that'd be used along that U-stick corridor. And then we had like chain link coated fencing that would be adjacent to the multi-use pathway that obviously, because we can't put side obscuring there, we want eyes on the path. In a combination with that 8-foot fence plus the berm plus the additional landscaping that's required above and beyond what the code says. I think, you know, we're going to have a very nice and attractive corridor. One of the things that I did in my site plan is I did modulations of the buildings. So if you look at the site plan, I kind of staggered those buildings a little bit to give that visual interest, but you're probably not going to see a lot when you drive down U-stick with the fence, the berm combination, and the heavy landscaping. Secondly, this is an opportunity I don't think we want to miss as far as getting this U-stick corridor upgraded and obviously advancing ACHD's establishment of maintenance facilities out in the Meridian area that benefits us all. The question arose, what are the current traffic counts on U-stick Road? 10/19/21. The traffic count east of Black Cat was 7,512 vehicle trips per day on U-stick Road. 10/19/2021. I think we have a good project here. It's a different type of project, very challenging for me because I knew nothing about a maintenance facility when I started. Toured their facilities down in Garden City over on Cloverdale, learned a lot, worked directly with their staff. I think we've worked with Bill, we've worked with Joseph, we've worked with your pathway coordinators. And I ask that the council approve this project this evening to move us forward. The district is already in design. Jennifer tells me as far as the U-stick road improvements are concerned. And I would ask that you include the conditions that I've incorporated into my comment sheet and delete item FJ. Or no, J, I'm sorry. Sorry, I worked late last night. I can't read right today.
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much.
Additional questions or comments for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
So since we'll need to make a motion at some point, I want to be very, very clear about something that Mr. Price said, which is that we cannot tie the 5-year plan to the DA. How does that affect your suggestion that the schedule be tied to the DA? Because that is, I see it as one document. So I want to understand that because the schedule is working in coordination with the other document, which shows, I understand he doesn't want to tie all 6 of those projects to this DA. So is that what he's saying?
I will leave that up to Mr. Price to explain his legalese here, since I am no attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Perot, I think Becky may have been a little confused about the idea of attaching and incorporating by reference those exhibits and making those binding. The commission is very clear that they will not agree to any condition that ties our projects to the integrated 5-year work program. To the extent that the city or ACHD want to incorporate that into the agreement is really as good faith and tie it to that, then I think we're okay with that, because in moving forward, we're in good faith going to follow that. I think the anxiety is really tying as a condition to a development application for a facility, ACHD facility, tying it to a $14 million outlay in our integrated 5-year work program goes too far, and it will set a bad precedent. And I believe the president of the commission is here tonight, if you would like to ask her the commission's perspective, but I believe I've captured that.
Mr. Mayor, may I
Councilwoman Perot.
ask a follow? So you're giving verbal commitment, but if you put it in writing, then it sets a precedent. I'm trying to understand that you're setting a precedent either way, in my opinion. You're up here on the public record saying that ACHD is giving a verbal commitment to do this, but they won't attach it to the DA. So help me understand the difference.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Perot. What we're saying is that in terms of developing our project, we are committed to doing that, but we are not going to agree it as a condition of the development agreement. We are happy to say that this schedule, that we will use our best efforts to try and accomplish that, but we will not agree to it. We don't think that the city has the authority to exact a $14 million improvement for the very little impact that it's going to cause. I believe that it's illegal. That's like telling Mr. Turnbull, who is here, that he gets to improve all of Black Cat for something way beyond than what he needs for his development. You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
just make sure, Steve, don't want to beat this horse to death, but we talked about outlined in the timeline and site phasing that you've provided. If that's incorporated into the documents as part of staff and applicant comments, that is there for the record to the mayor's point, that if future commission comes on, we can say, hey, look, this was what was committed to. Yes, legally binding, maybe not, but committed to. We have some evidence there that this is what.
Exactly. And I think that was Ms. McKay's intent.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strainer.
willing to kick off discussion. It's not perfect. It's not where we'd want it to be. But like I said, I think this is as far as we can push this. I personally am in favor of it. I'm ready to make a motion and go through each condition after we discuss and close a public hearing and see if people agree. That's the most efficient way. But if people have other thoughts for discussion, happy to wait.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I'm just wondering if we don't close a public hearing and we go through a condition, we might have a question, need the applicants' input. Maybe that's might be a better way.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
Sure, yeah, I'm not sure how it works to make a motion without closing the public hearing, though. It feels a little bit backward, but I guess just to flesh out where a potential motion would be, I would think just sort of going through each condition that, starting with condition A1C, as proposed in Becky's letter, I would say not just the proposed administrative building, but also the covered storage buildings located adjacent to Ustick Road should be designed to meet the commercial design standards. And the other ones that are not adjacent to Ustick, it would be appropriate to allow them to use industrial standards. Certainly the conditions D, that they'll install the sidewalks, lighting. Condition F, connect to city and water. Condition H, the landscaping buffer. I am in support of deleting the condition J with the new conditions outlined. So ACHD's new conditions under 1, I would like to include the DA exhibit, the exhibit of the site phasing document and timeline. I think that that's important to have that on the record. Certainly they're planning the deceleration lane, and then condition 2, the final inspection occupancy permit for the decant station that they've outlined. And then I think we'll need to add the condition outlined by city staff about engineer approval for the wastewater discharge proposal. But I think with the totality of this, it puts on the record the intent of ACHD, their support for widening USIC. I think it helps our community in terms of accomplishing an enhancement of the service that they receive from ACHD, and ultimately an acceleration to some extent of the widening of USIC. It's a tough one, but I feel like with all that laid out, I'm in support of it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
just a clarification on item 1C. There were 2 covered storage buildings. One was between the admin building and the future covered storage, which was closer to Ustick Road. The one in the middle was back farther. You weren't referencing that, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I think it's more important to apply the commercial design standards to the buildings that are located adjacent to USIC.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
I've been silent for most of the evening, listening, and I really appreciate the discussion that's been made. I appreciate the commission's and the district's willingness to be committed to what their plan is. I can't think of before I go to my next statement, I preface it by saying I'm in favor. I do agree with Councilwoman Strader's point about making the building all buildings along Ustick designed to commercial standards to alleviate the concerns by the good citizen that testified here this evening. I think it's a big deal. I think that it's incredibly important that we have a working relationship with the district. And I think that there's not a person in this room that would disagree. I mean, we provide a lot of services, these services to our good citizens of Meridian, and it's important that we work together, and it's important that when we make commitments that we come through with them. I trust that you're going to come through with the commitments that you've made this evening. I can't remember a time that I've watched a project like a hawk. I'm going to put in my calendar on my cell phone to make sure, drive by, and I want to know, I'll be watching. I want to know that you guys are, we don't normally do this. You know, the good mayor stated earlier that we have a process in place for consistency with development across our city. I think that's extremely important. This is not something we would normally do, but I trust the district. If you say that you're going to do it, then you're going to do it. And I trust you. I will be watching, and I want to make sure this is done.
The rest of the development community don't get any ideas.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
to that point, I mean, good points have been raised on both sides about this, but you know, we're dealing with another public entity and it really is different than a private concern. You know, we have an applicant tonight who's a good community partner and we work through things, but really we have to do things in a way because they could turn around and get an offer they can't refuse and whatever they were bound by goes with that land and it might not be what we wanted with somebody else because they won't do it to the same standard that we know another developer does. And so to me, that's what the difference is. We've got a public entity, they need a facility in Meridian that is going to serve our citizens. This is a benefit to our community. And they've stepped up, and as Becky pointed out, they're also providing other community benefits with our pathway system, with straightening out some property line issues. I mean, all these things come together to help out. And looking at what we could require, because it entered my mind, do we just say, okay, if we really want to protect ourselves, we just make them put in DAs that say, okay, you got to have a turn line, decel lane, and all those things would require for a private developer. And then we want the 2024 completion for the rest of the road. But if it doesn't happen, well, we've locked in that. But I don't think we need to do that. They've committed to it. We know it's a priority. It's part of their 5-year project and it's coming up quick. So the funding mechanism, I think Mr. Price pointed out, they've got the money for it. And we know that is huge. That is huge. So, and as Mr. Neri pointed out, certificate of occupancy, yes, not as strong a tool as a building permit, but it is a tool. I don't think we'll need to use it, but if it gives you comfort that we have something, we do have something. So I'm certainly in support of this to move forward with that tonight.
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I guess this is the wet blanket portion of the program. Appreciate the comments from my colleagues, and it sounds like this has got a thumbs up. And I agree so much with what my colleagues have said about the impact and positive impact for our community. And I recognize Meridian's taxpayers are highway district taxpayers. I'll just be real direct with what I struggle with. And I guess I'd ask my 4 ACHD colleagues that are here to envision you're sitting at the dais and an applicant comes before you and they're asked direct questions multiple times and they don't answer that question directly. Especially when there's a lot of conversations about trust. It makes me question now. It makes me scratch my head because I hold our highway district commissioners in such high regard, and you have some of the best staff in the nation. But when I hear we've got money to do the projects, we've got the desire to do the projects, we just don't want to commit a development agreement that we're going to do the projects. I got to ask myself why. And when I don't get direct answers, it makes me wonder, what is it that I'm not asking and what am I not being told? And so that gives me pause. So I think there's a lot of benefits to this project, and I have no doubt that U-Stick Road will be done. Where I sit here thinking is that it's not about that it's going to be done, it's about the when. And I think that we owe it, I personally think that we owe it to the Meridian citizens to commit to them when those roadway improvements are going to be done. And if the highway district is not willing to commit via development agreement to that, I'm going to be hard pressed to be in favor of this project as much as I love it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I am appreciative that the district is interested in widening 2 full miles. I don't think it's just for Meridian's sake. However, I do think that there's a benefit to the district as well. So to say that this is done just for this application, I'm not entirely in agreement with that. But I'm very appreciative of what it will bring to our residents. I am in favor of this because it's needed, but I'm a bit disappointed in how the district has gone about the process, to be honest. I think in all 3 of our hearings, council has struggled with sort of seems to be like there's one thing that's said and then it's changed and somebody else comes up and says something different. And every one of our hearings has been that way. And it's, I think that's why we've had 3 or 4 hearings, to be honest. And so I don't know what the cause of that is, but it makes it a little bit more challenging on us to really get all of the factors down so that we can make a motion to make a decision. That being said, however, I don't see a single difference between what is being proposed by ACHD this time as last time. This is something that we can't just keep kicking the can down the road with this. We have to make a decision about it. I do not think that, well, let me just say this. We can argue back and forth about whether the widening of Ustick Road is an above and beyond request for the district. But in my opinion, we don't compare this to a residential application because there's heavy use on Ustick Road with the trucks that are coming and going. Gravel trucks that are going to come and go from this site, there's going to be heavy use on Ustick Road. And that was one of the original reasons that we asked ACHD to widen the full mile in the first place. So it's an unfair characteristic to say that we're just trying to get a mile of road out of ACHD, because that's not what the intention was originally. So that's all I had to say.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Relationships take work, right? All of them do. And let's keep working on it. Let's keep working on the trust and the communication. I think that's really important, right? Let's build on this. I think we can do that. I'll go ahead and make a motion. Mr. Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing.
Second the motion.
I have a motion, a second, to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
I stated my comment. I just want to thank the commission for being here. I know we're missing one, Jim, and I'm sure he's busy, but.
He's online.
Oh, Jim's online. Perfect. So we have the entire commissioner. Thank you for being here this evening. And thank you, Director Wong, for being here, and other members of your leadership team. So thank you so much. And I'm excited to get this thing going.
Public hearing is closed. Can we wait till after the motion? Might be more appropriate just that way.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and try to make a motion. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2021-0029 as presented in today's hearing date with the following modifications. Condition A1C, that the proposed administrative buildings and covered storage buildings located adjacent to Ustick Road will be designed to meet the standards outlined in the Meridian Design Guidelines for commercial. All the other proposed structures will be designed to industrial standards typical within the IL zone. As outlined in Becky McKay's letter dated March 2nd, 2022, that under condition D, the district will install the detached sidewalks at the micropath and the 10-foot wide multi-use pathway along the 5 Mile Creek frontage, including lighting, will be installed as requested by the pathway coordinator. Condition F, the applicant shall connect to city water and sewer services if available, with the complete verbiage as outlined in the letter. Condition H, the landscape buffer shall be vegetated with the additional landscaping. Condition I, they will comply. Condition J will be deleted. All the other conditions they have agreed to. The conditions they'll comply with all the way up to C. ACHD had requested that they add the following conditions, so we will add them. Condition 1, building permits will be issued for the on-site improvements based on the timeline provided with the district and to be attached as an exhibit to the DA, site phasing document, and timeline. And condition 2, that they will be authorized to construct and obtain the final inspection occupancy permit for the decant station with that verbiage that they've attached in their letter. Additionally, we'll include the condition that the applicant shall obtain city engineer approval for the interim wastewater discharge proposal prior to phase 3 development, or at the time of construction of the decant and washout areas as noted on the concept and phasing plans. Additional pretreatment may be required per the city engineer's review. Let me check my notes and make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, thank you. That's the motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'm not going to repeat that motion.
It was a great motion.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cameron.
condition J is kind of the sticking point for me. So as I mentioned earlier in my comments, I'll be opposing.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
it's my understanding the applicant has stated that they're refusing to add the timeline. So I want to understand the motion maker's thoughts on that and whether that's something that the city is gonna.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, the timeline and site phasing plan are informational and demonstrate the district's intention. And I believe that it is to our benefit to have that included in the development agreement. And further, I would just say, I believe that they are morally, if not, they're not legally maybe, but they are morally committed to moving this forward. And that gives me a lot of comfort.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Neri.
Mr. Mayor, members of council. So, and the way I understood the testimony was that was to demonstrate their intentions. It's not tied to any particular phase or permit. So it is simply a demonstrative evidence of what their intentions are, but it doesn't tie any permitting or final inspection to that timeline.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I'll amend my motion to say that instead of the exhibit being attached to ACHD additional condition 1, that simply ACHD's site phasing plan and timeline be attached to the DA.
Second agree?
I agree wholeheartedly.
Second agrees? Is there any further discussion on the motion? Not clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Burnt,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Cavanagh, Hoagland.
Aye. 4 ayes, 1 no, and the motion is agreed to. Commissioner May, did you want to come up and make any comments?
Mayor and council, for the record, Mary May, ACHD Commission President. I just want to say thank you so much. We appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight and to have this dialogue and the fact that we now have some resolution and we're moving forward. And I speak for the entire commission and the rest of our team at ACHD to say that we too are committed to building on what I think of as an already good relationship. It's only going to get better. And we're looking forward to collaborating and making this really one of the best projects ever. And we thank you. And please know that we are committed. But thank you very much for the.
Thank you.
Thanks, President.
Council, with that, we're going to take a 12-minute break. We'll reconvene at 8 p.m. for our next 2 items. We'll go ahead and come back out of recess. Mr. Clerk, are we ready with the audio?
We are on.
Okay. With that, we will move on to item 4 this evening, a public hearing for Apex West subdivision H 2021-0087. We will open this public hearing with staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is a request for a preliminary plat. This site consists of 96.08 acres of land. It's zoned R2, R8, and R15, and it's located on the north side of East Lake Hazel Road, approximately a quarter mile west of South Locust Grove Road. This property was annexed with the
Sonia,
previous.
do you have a presentation that you're sharing?
I didn't realize I wasn't sharing. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Sonia got really quick to the draw on that and just like quick before I can make a little comment on the public record.
Yes.
I need to recuse myself on this
Sorry,
one. Thank you.
What you're saying is there's a chance I get a vote. Wow. Okay. Thank you for that information. Thank you, Sonia.
All righty, so this property was annexed with the previous Schaefer View Terrace and Apex developments and is included in their respective development agreements. The comprehensive plan designation is shown there on the left map is low-density residential, the green, the medium-density residential, the yellow, and the medium-high-density residential, the orange. The proposed preliminary plat consists of 208 building lots, 205 single-family building lots. I should say the 208 building lots consists of 205 single-family building lots, 2 lots for future re-subdivision for residential homes, and 1 lot for future re-subdivision for either townhomes or the development of multifamily apartments. And that is that lot on Lake Hazel right here. And 34 common lots on 96.08 acres of land in the R2, R8, and R15 zoning districts. This subdivision is proposed to develop in 4 phases as shown on the phasing plan on the right. The proposed plat includes a portion of the parcel to the east depicted on the plat as Lot 1, Block 5 and the surrounding area. And that is this area, if you could see my cursor right here. The entire parcel is required to be included in the boundary of the plat or property boundary adjustment. The applicant is proposing to submit a revised plat prior to City Council approval of the findings to include the entire parcel in the boundary of the plat. This area will be re-subdivided in the future for residential homes. A revised landscape plan is also required to be submitted, both of which will require review by staff for compliance with UDC standards. Additional conditions may need to be added to the staff report. Access is proposed at the northwest corner of the development from East Quartz Creek Street, a collector street, from South Meridian Road, from South Sublimity Avenue and South Apex Avenue, both collector streets, from Lake Hazel Road. Stub streets are proposed to adjacent properties for future extension and interconnectivity. Qualified open space consisting of linear open space, open grassy areas of at least 5,000 square feet in area, 8-foot wide pathways, and street buffers along collector and arterial streets is proposed in excess of UDC standards. Site amenities consisting of a swimming pool with changing facilities and a restroom, 2 segments of the city's multi-use pathway system totaling a half mile, and a playground are proposed in excess of UDC standards. The future development areas will be required to comply with the open space and site amenity standards with development. The McBurney lateral crosses this site within a 41-foot wide easement, and the Watkins Drain runs along the west side of the site within a 38-foot wide easement, as depicted on the plat. These waterways are required to be piped unless otherwise waived by City Council. The applicant is requesting approval of a waiver to allow the Watkins Drain along the west boundary, and that is this area right here in green. To remain open and not be piped. No fencing is proposed to prevent access to the drain. In order for council to waive the requirement, it has to find that the public purpose requiring such will not be served and public safety can be preserved. Conceptual building elevations in a variety of materials and colors were submitted for future single-family detached homes in this development as shown. Homes on lots along collector streets are required to incorporate certain design elements as noted in the staff report, since they will be highly visible. And just to back up a little bit, this is a cross-section that the applicant submitted showing the Watkins Drain easement and the pathway and landscaping that's proposed in that area. The commission did recommend approval of this project with conditions in the staff report. Mike Wardle and John Wardle, Brighton Corporation, testified in favor. No one testified in opposition or commented. Written testimony was received from Julie Edwards and Josh Beach, Brighton Corporation. Key issues were concerned with the provision of 3 common driveways within the development and associated traffic congestion. Concern pertaining to parking in relation to the alley access units and the adequacy of such for guests on the adjacent public streets, especially with the common driveways proposed and parking issues associated with those. And suggests some of the building lots be eliminated in favor of provision of guest parking, guest parking lot, in addition to the on-street parking, and elimination of the common driveways in favor of larger lots in those areas. School capacity concerns from the proposed development and others in the area. Key issues of discussion by the commission are as follows. Desire for South Sublimity Avenue to be built with the first phase as a final build instead of a temporary fire access. Question pertaining to if Apex East and Apex West will be considered one development for common use of common areas and amenities. The provision of common driveways within the development and associated congestion. Not in favor of common driveways, although they are allowed by code. And in favor of the applicant's request to leave the Watkins Drain open and not pipe it. The commission did not make any changes to the staff recommendation. The following are outstanding issues for council tonight. Number 1, the council requests approval of a waiver to UDC 11-3A 6B, as I mentioned earlier, which requires all waterways on the site to be piped in accordance with UDC standards to allow the Watkins Drain to remain open as an amenity feature. Second, staff requests council include a modification to condition 2B in section 8A to also include lots 4 through 11, block 10, and the requirement for an easement for a 20-foot wide street buffer to be provided on the lots along East 4th Street and South Sublimity Avenue. And lastly, with submittal of a revised plat and landscape plan to include the remainder of the legal parcel previously mentioned, staff may identify additional conditions of approval that need to be added to the staff report. Therefore, staff recommends the public hearing is left open and continued in order for council to have a final review of the revised plans and any added conditions. If the applicant is in agreement with the conditions, findings can be prepared to be approved at the same meeting if deemed appropriate by council. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
There has been no written testimony since the commission hearing. Also, thank you.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Sonia, I think in reading the summary document in your report, I think you said that planning and zoning recommended approval. I've got in my notes that they recommended denial. Am I misremembering, misreading?
They did recommend approval.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you, Sonia. So we often see these lots that are set aside for multifamily, maybe townhomes in the future, but I haven't often seen lots that are dedicated to this single family dwellings that aren't included in the proposed plat. So can you help me understand the thinking behind those 2 lots that are on the north that are triangular shaped? Does it have to do with kind of how the parcels are already set out, or it's just unique?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, I don't really know why, so the applicant can respond to that question in their presentation. Thank you.
Council, any other questions for staff? Then will the applicant come forward, please?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mike Wardle, Brighton Corporation, 2929 West Navigator, Suite 400 in Meridian, 83642. thankful for the technical capability of some people in the organization that give me the opportunity to address you this evening. And I will get to the questions that were raised in due course. I'm going to just kind of recover some of the ground that Sonia has covered, but also just note that, well, let me start with the first one. When the recommendation for approval was given by the commission, it was quoting directly from the meeting minutes of February 3rd, as presented, with no modifications, but embracing the applicant's request to have a waiver for the open waterway for the Watkins drain. So there really were no issues that the commission had. I mean, there was a lot of discussion, but when they made the motion, it was a fully affirmative motion. As Sonia noted, this area was part of the annexation that the city did back in 2015. You have already approved three projects or three specific phases of the project as Apex Northwest, Apex Southeast, and Apex East that are denoted in the purple color. This project, again, 2 years ago when we brought forward a concept plan and the rezoning and those preliminary plats was all zoned at that point in accordance with the comprehensive plan. So everything that is before you is as was approved 2 years ago in the R2, R8, and R15 zones. A little bit more detail in terms of what the ground looks like today before we get started on this. The Schaefer View subdivision, and there's been applications separate from ours relative to some of the ground in that project, but Schaefer View is to the west of us and west of Watkins Drain. Kind of the easterly portion of our project as proposed for specific development is along the Williams Pipeline Corridor. That's the green diagonal. In reference to Council Member Pearl's comments about the triangular future development, those were specifically because they were within a parcel and we had to include them. We just don't have the detailed preliminary plats that will come forward at some point in the future. So part of that was because of the way that the separation from of the parcels by the Williams Pipeline. And that's a very difficult thing to cross without a lot of thought. And so we're just not quite ready to make that crossing at this point, but it will happen as part of the area that the council has already addressed in our past actions for the rezoning and preliminary platting. Well, I need to go back and talk a little bit more about some of the elements. You'll see just below the Williams Pipeline, there's the McBurney lateral. That, as the preliminary plat will show, will become that lateral will be piped and there will become a pathway corridor that links many of the facilities together on kind of an easterly, east and west alignment. The Watkins Drain, which forms the west boundary of the project, actually kind of at the beginning down at Lake Hazel, we will be piping the portions that go through the project along Lake Hazel and up Sublimity Avenue, the collector along that western boundary to a point where it enters adjacent property and goes into that property. But then the portion above that we will propose to be left open, we'll illustrate in a few moments just kind of the character of that. So those are the elements on the ground that we will be dealing with in the course of development. The site plan specifically shows the single-family lots with those future R8 parcels that will be pre-platted with adjacent ground in the future. And as Sonia has noted, if you look kind of northeasterly from the project where it says future development and has the school site, That's the parcel that we've agreed with staff that will be brought in the revised preliminary plat, only just to make sure that we don't leave something out that was an original parcel. So nothing specific will be approved there, except it will be subject to a future preliminary plat application. But just for the parceling purposes, it's going to be brought in by a revised preliminary plat. And so the only things that will add to it will be the buffers along Crescendo, the east-west street, it's a collector, and along Locust Grove, which is the arterial on the east side. So the only, the only real issue that we're going to be just addressing here in a moment is the waiver. But we do have in the project 46 alley or rear loaded lots that are designated there kind of in the southerly portion of the site. I would note that those lots are 120 feet deep. They will have the 20-foot parking pad at the back. There will be no driveway curb cuts on the streets. The streets are full width ACHD streets, so on-street parking. So there's no need. There was some discussion about, well, maybe they need to have a parking lot. There's no need, because we actually have more on-street parking, but we also have the required parking pads at the back of each of those lots. The open space, 16% of the area is in the open space, and you'll see that the green McBurney pathway corridor that I mentioned a moment ago. Community pool and playground complex there on the east side that is linked by that pathway corridor. Also that goes over to the Watkins drain. And Sonia did note the amenities, the pool, playground, and the pathway corridors. And again, a little bit more detail precisely to show how that McBurney corridor connects the future Williams Pipeline pathway corridor. That will in fact be a pathway that connects already to your city park. Discovery Park has that pathway and that same pipeline going through it. We have the connections that will link people down to the intersection of Lake Hazel and Locust Grove and onto the park to the east. But then that McBurney pathway corridor again links all of those facilities over to the Watkins, which does have already a sewer access. There's a sewer line that has been constructed into the project, and I will illustrate that again in just a moment. And that becomes part of the common area pathway corridor along the Watkins drain. This is the existing Watkins Schaefer view on the left, apex to the right. That gravel pathway or trail that you see there right now is actually the sewer access maintenance road. That will become a multi-use pathway, 14 feet wide. And so the only issue before the council this evening, if you agree with the affirmative recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission, is the question of will you grant a waiver to maintain the Watkins in an open corridor? This is just a view from the northwest corner of the project, looking back with Schaefer view on the right, apex to the left, and of course the city's sewer access road, future multi-use pathway. This simply shows that there's going to be a section that Sonia already showed to you, but I want to just reinforce. There is a Watkins drain easement that goes through that area currently. You have a 25-foot sewer easement that will become the dual purpose pathway and maintenance access. And that will be the manicured area as proposed. Everything from the top of bank to the back of the lots will be manicured, but the Watkins drain itself and the area over to the west would be a native landscape. And part of that, you'll see in the next slide, is actually the property line is at the center line of the Watkins. I would note that on the very west side, you'll see that it shows a fence location. There is in fact a white rail fence along all of that property, so that where it says fenced property line, there is a white rail ranch type fence already in place on those adjacent Schaefer View properties. Where the property line then deviates and goes down to the center of the Watkins, that actually occurs. It's an engineering phenomenon, but the McBurney lateral actually siphons under the Watkins. So you'll see the McBurney lateral at the very bottom center of the photo. It ends there, goes into a pipe, goes down through the swale under the Watkins drain, comes back up. And you can see a little roadway connection there that's an access for the purpose of maintenance for the irrigation district that then intersects with the McBurney, where it then surfaces and runs to the west. So it's an issue that's been addressed in the past. And from that point then to the northwest boundary of our property, the Watkins drain is actually centered on the property line. And you'll see then that sewer access road, the gravel road, that will become paved, a 14-foot pathway. So we concur with the staff recommended conditions and the commission's recommendation for approval. And again, quoting them as presented with no modifications, but embracing the request for a waiver for the open space, the open Watkins drain. We agree with that recommendation, and we ask for your approval with that acknowledgement. Be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Pearl.
So that is, if I understand correctly, drain easements generally stay dry most of the year, right? With the exception of any excess groundwater that may come through natural causes. So is that correct? This is not, there's not active water running through this on a regular basis?
Mr. Mayor, Council Member Pearl, that is correct. And it was interesting because of the hearing this evening. Let me go back one slide. The property owner, if you look at the very left side of the slide, where the property line jogs down from the Schaefer View, that adjacent property owner called me just to find out what our schedule was, noting that they plan to come in sometime this year with an application of their own on their 8-acre parcel. And I asked the question of him, I said, so would you tell me what the Watkins drain is like? And he said, it's wet, but it doesn't really run much water. And he said, we really are the only ones that put any water to it from our irrigation, but it's not a stream. It's just a wet swale. So it's not a waterway that would raise concerns for safety. It's purely just a natural swale that picks up the excess drainage that comes out of the area, which as development occurs will be less and less. Thank you.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I guess I can do that, Dean. Thanks for the reminder. Got 1,000 tonight. Mr. Wardle, I'm certainly supportive of the request, but I do have kind of an odd question that you may help me just become a better council member. When we pipe these waterways, do they need to have a certain amount of moisture running through them with any type of regularity in order for them to function correctly? Do you create scenarios where they can fail because they run dry for a certain amount of time? Just not about this particular project, just you're here, you're making a good request that I'm supportive of because there isn't a lot of water movement, and I just would seek your insight and counsel.
Well, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, I kind of anticipated that there may be a question about this, so I've slipped a slide in there from your code. And if we in fact wanted to create what is deemed a water amenity, we would have to qualify, we would have to design and note exactly what the flows were and then appropriately grade. But this doesn't even qualify for that purpose. And so your code actually says, and this is the one that we're requesting the waiver for, that in section A, the purpose, it says, essentially, I'm going to just pick up the yellow highlights, that the purpose is to limit the tiling and piping of natural waterways, including drains where public safety is not a concern. And it certainly is not. Then in the subsection on the piping, the natural waterways shall remain as a natural amenity. And then in the subsection B2, and then the fencing section C2, it talks about maintaining these as may be left open as a water amenity, and that's where you get into the technical details, or linear open space. And so again, there is no public safety issue. It's going to be primarily making sure that stuff that blows into that, the grasses and weeds there is picked up. And since it will be a homeowners association maintained corridor, that will occur.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
so that was my next question. Could an HOA erect a fence in the future if they choose to do so, if they find that there is a safety issue after all? Is that something the HOA will be able to do? Will they have jurisdiction to do that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Pro, I would assume that they would if they determined that there was a threat, but there will be 8 essentially acre lots that will back up to that. And it will provide them with kind of a space in a backyard area that will be frankly enjoyable. Probably a few critters that will wander through there occasionally. But yes, an HOA would have the authority if they deemed that there was some kind of a threat.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I don't want to beat this to death, but is there we're in a desert, we're not like experiencing flash floods or something. I just want to make sure, have you guys at least taken a look at it if there's a rainstorm to make sure like there's not a part of it that is a hazard? I know it feels remote, but I just want to make sure that we're not missing something.
I want to go back to the pictures of what that actually looks like.
And maybe to answer the question also, like, is there a part of this that if it was full of water would be more than like a foot or 2 feet deep in terms of the actual terrain, I guess?
Under extreme conditions and, with a 100-year storm, yeah, there would be the potential of a foot or 2 of water. But if you look at the channel right there, it's only a couple of feet wide itself. So I just don't know how to respond other than the fact that you'll find that this is really similar to a lot of facilities in the community that are actually left open, many of which are improved as amenities, but because there's really no perennial water that runs through here, it doesn't really even qualify for the investigation or assessment from an engineering perspective as a water amenity.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Just to shed some light on that, we have a drain that used to be on the farm, but now is part of the development, and they left that open. There are requirements for safety, that the slope and different things like that, and they lowered it down to have a walking path. And during the summer, during irrigation season, drains can have a fair amount of water. I mean, it probably at the deepest gets knee deep. But the rest of the year, it is a drain. It takes natural groundwater and water flow and carries it off. A lot of times they are under, it's a Boise Project Board of Control, And I think this one is as well. In fact, they have a letter here. And they don't want fencing within the project and whatnot. It can be an amenity, and what you're doing is similar to what they did in Bridge Tower in terms of having a pathway and doing it. So it hasn't been a safety issue. I mean, you see kids making little dams across and whatnot, which they really shouldn't, but they do. And they get taken out. So it's something that's actually used there. The ducks are there, the geese are there and whatnot. So it makes it nice when it's done correctly. So, but I know a lot of times the Boise Project Board of Control does not want it piped because they want that access and they want it open. And so hope that helps.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, we have anyone sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience that'd like to provide testimony on this item? We do have someone online. Looks like Julie Edwards is online.
Julie, you're able to unmute.
Hi, my name is Julie Edwards, and I live at 1310 East Mary Lane, which is just north of this subdivision. And there's just a couple things. It wasn't about the waterways, but I did have a question about if there's any water studies ever done, because the majority of us surrounding this area are on wells. And so once the subdivisions go in, and, we're not getting the water regenerating back into the aquifer from the agriculture. I'm just wondering if that's something that the neighbors all need to plan for in the future, that we're going to be drilling deeper wells or being forced to connect to city services. So that's one thing. The other one is in regards to schools. Again, I know I bring that up a lot, but in the small picture, it's listed in the information packet. It said this, could generate 132 school-age children, 154 once they had the townhomes. And so my thing is that, 132 students, that doesn't sound so bad. But when you look at the bigger picture of all the other applicants, and I was hoping to talk to Marcy Horner at the West Ada School District before this, but she's out of town until tomorrow. So I just looked at your active public hearing map online and just kind of pulled numbers from there for the schools that were zoned for this area. So Mary McPherson Elementary, Victory, and Mountain View. And so there's Apex East, West, Gray Cliff Estates, Burnside Ridge Estates, Biltmore Estates. Just for the elementary school, that's almost 700 new homes going in those. And that's just, what hasn't been fully approved yet. So I know there's other things that are in the works surrounding us as well. So that's in addition to that 700. And same middle school, it's just under 600, and high school, that was like right around the 600 mark too. So that was one other concern. And lastly, I wanted to know what the timeline was for phase 3 completion, just because it's edging closer to me. And just wanted to know that. And also if planting, and this is a general new development question, I don't know if they have pre-selected trees and shrubs that they're supposed to use, but I was just wondering if there was a way to kind of migrate towards using drought tolerant shrubs, trees, things like that, just doing more native landscaping because we are so dry these days. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Not a question, just a comment. Thank you for providing that concern. We recently met with the West Ada School District staff, and while I agree with you, appears to be a very acute issue, particularly brewing in South Meridian. When we directly asked them the question of what they needed from us, they told us they didn't need anything from us, that they have the situation with the student population under control. I'm having a hard time, frankly, believing that, doing my own math on it, but it's pretty hard when another agency emphatically disagrees and doesn't provide district-wide projections. We're continuing to meet with them. I think, we have meetings coming up hopefully soon, but I just wanted to tell you, I feel like we're trying to address that issue head on, but in a very recent meeting, when we directly asked that question of them, they told us that they will redraw their boundaries, that they have tools available, and that they don't see any issue. So I would encourage you, if you see an issue, to be vocal and bring that directly to them. Thanks.
Thank you. I know we do have two members of our Public Works staff online. Would council like to hear any of the information about the water issues that were asked by the applicant from Warren or Lorelei? If you're available to unmute and provide any comments to the question from Mrs. Edwards.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I can tell you that, and let the lady that testified know that the city of Meridian has been keeping track of the aquifer for about the last 20 years. Every well that we put in, we also drill a test well, which has a series of smaller wells inside of it that goes to various aquifers. And we track that on a regular basis to see if there's any declines in the aquifer. And we have not determined that there is any significant decline in the aquifer in the Meridian area. The aquifer underneath Meridian seems to be fairly robust, at least at this point. But to caveat that a little bit, we don't, really shallow, depending on how deep a person's well is. We typically take a look at things at 200 to 400 feet and deeper. There could be a situation where some private wells are not that deep, and we would not necessarily measure those aquifers that they're in, those really, really shallow aquifers. But we have not seen any declines in the aquifers that we've been measuring for the last 20 years. And you can go to the Department of Water Resources. They have other information that's available on wells that have been drilled and water table and so forth. And so that's another resource if they would like to go there.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony? If you're online, you can use your raise your hand feature on Zoom. Or if there's anybody else in the audience that'd like to come forward on this application. Seeing none, would the applicant like to close?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council members, again, Mike Wardle, Brighton Corporation. One of the first things that we do whenever we undertake a development is go visit with the school district. We have a reputation for addressing their needs first and foremost, and we have identified a future elementary site within the project. We have also worked with Gem Prep, and they are under construction for their facility to be open this fall. So schools, yes, and we all hope and trust that decisions made by West Ada will deal with what appears to be stress and overloading, but they do have the ability to make those changes in boundaries. Ms. Edwards asked about the timeline for phase 3. It would appear that 2024 would be probably the earliest that we would be into that northerly area. There is still ground between our phase that's being proposed in Apex West and their property. So this doesn't get adjacent to them, it just gets closer. Final comment, we agree with the recommendation and ask the council to affirm that recommendation for approval. We acknowledge that Sonia has asked that the issue be left open until findings, so that if we add that parcel, that there's any question that needs to come up or be addressed at that point, that it can be, and we agree with that. But we do ask that the council approve by motion and second this evening what we have requested and what the commission has recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Mr. Wardle, I do have a question for you regarding the schools, and when Brighton set out to do this whole concept with gym prep being a part of it, it's my understanding that gym prep will be about 500 or 600 students. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Pearl, Jonathan has been the one that has dealt with them. If you can answer that one.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, John Wardle, 2929 West Navigator, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot, that is correct. Their student body population is designed to be about 600 students at that location.
Mayor, follow up if I may.
Councilman Pro.
We have a lot of hearings, so if memory serves me right, you had another annexation application before us recently where we talked about this again. And I guess my question for you would be, was it Brighton's anticipation that this would offset the amount of public students that were anticipated to come from the whole project? Or was it just more of like, it wasn't necessarily intended to replace what the public schools were offering? It's just something that is being a benefit that's being provided to the community. Because in our last hearing, it was also brought up in that gym prep was being built as an asset, and so is that something that you want us to take into consideration in every phase of the Apex development? Because I would anticipate that that you're probably going to have, maybe close to 1,000 students coming out of this based on kind of what I'm seeing for West Ada. So I just want to understand a little bit more about that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot, it's an interesting question. At the time that when we started doing the planning for the project, we were approached, we had conversations with West Ada, but we'd also been approached by Gem Prep. We did not look at it as a replacement to the responsibility that West Ada has to educate our kids and provide those facilities. This is a +1. So this is another opportunity, another option for families to make should they choose. It is a public charter, so it's open to all, but we really viewed it as something similar like we would do with our other amenities. While it's not necessarily Apex specific, there were donations made so that could happen and happen quickly. So not to replace, but to be a +1. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Council Administrator.
Same question I asked last time. Has the timeline changed in terms of delivering your phases over time? If this whole build out ends up taking you a number of years, that is a positive thing in terms of the school district's ability to absorb students as well. So if you guys see a big change in your timeline, I would just ask that you flag that for us when these hearings come up.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, we'll do that.
Council, any additional questions? All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Seeing that there's no further questions or comments, I would move that we close the public hearing for H 2021-0087.
Second motion.
I have a motion, a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Oh,
Sorry, I believe the last outstanding issue for council was that the public hearing be left open, but I don't know that we can do that if we're going to make a motion tonight. We'd have to continue. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Neri.
Mr. Mayor, members of council. So yeah, thank you for interjecting, Councilmember Perot. So I think Sonia and I talked about this today, and we see what the applicant thinks, but I would agree. I think what we're trying to get to is clear direction to planning staff to create findings based on the direction and the conversation tonight. But there is this one issue that needs resolution and may require additional findings that are unclear. We don't think so. I mean, the potential is probably not. We want to make sure that there was an opportunity, both if there was maybe not a meeting of the minds between planning staff and the applicant, or a disagreement as to whether that's compliant with the council's direction, that there's that one last opportunity for the council to weigh in on the final findings, but we could then approve the findings at the same hearing. So instead of closing it and then waiting another week or two for findings, we'd have it prepared. And if there is no disagreement or they're very minor, we could finalize it that night. So I think that was our desire, was to not close it, to give direction, to create findings pursuant to that, with leaving that one condition left open for a resolution before the final findings come back for approval. If I misstated that, I'm sure Sonia or the applicant can correct me, but I think that was our desired avenue for tonight.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman.
Yeah, it's kind of habit to close the public hearing, so thanks for the catch there, Councilwoman Perot. So Bill, in making the motion, do we signify that the public hearing will be left open?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
we'll leave the public.
Mayor, excuse me, Councilman Hoagland, I might just suggest, if I may, that the public hearing just be left open for discussion of that item rather than clear open. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
let me take a stab at this after considering.
Are you going to withdraw your motion to
Oh,
close the
yes, I
public hearing?
withdraw my motion to close the public hearing.
Second agrees?
Second agree.
Motion is withdrawn.
Wow, two of them in one night. I think I've never done that before. Anyway, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve H 2021-0087 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of March 8th, 2022. And that we include a waiver of UDC 11-3A-6B to allow Watkins Drain to be left open. And that the public hearing also be left open for discussion of revised plans and any added conditions.
Second.
Mr. Mayor,
a motion, a
clarification from
second.
the city attorney, if I may, should they actually be making a decision at this meeting since the public hearing is being continued?
So the way I took that motion is that it is still pending and there is a final decision to be made when the findings are completed, but the direction is to complete the findings, but for this one outstanding issue to be resolved. So it's not a final decision until the findings get approved.
Mr. Mayor, I would just maybe suggest one other alternative, and that would be to actually close the hearing, make the motion, and then if that one issue requires some further discussion at the time of findings, that the issue could be reopened at that point, just so that we can avoid confusion only on that one item.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Wardle, but then we'd have to renotice.
I didn't under.
We'd have to renotice the hearing.
Oh,
So
okay.
if this would avoid us being able to have to renotice and be able to take action at the final hearing.
We're agreeable with that as long as the council's direction is clear that they are recommending or approving the project, subject to just clarification when that one issue is addressed through the revised preliminary plat that adds only undeveloped parcel.
Yes, subject to the final decision and approval at the next hearing.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
I do have a motion, a second, so we're in discussion.
yes, just to
Councilman
clarify, I just want to make sure that from the staff deal, it is for the public hearing to be left open and continued in order for council to have a final review of the revised plans and any added conditions. So that's what we want to follow here, and that's why we're leaving the public hearing process open.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I don't have anything specific to state regarding the motion, but before we vote, I wanted to mention, especially regarding the public testimony this evening, that because this property has already been annexed and we already had conversations with the applicant prior about school enrollment and whatnot, we do take the decision regarding approval of preliminary plat just a little bit differently. I know that Mrs. Edwards had mentioned that in a letter that she had written, and want to be clear to her and anybody else that's listening that we're hearing, but that we approach this just a little bit differently because this has already been annexed and they're complying with the zoning. So.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Because we're not approving the project, so voice vote, okay? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued. To what date? It depends on how long it will take the applicant to revise their plans.
Hey, Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Barron?
I better abstain just for the record.
Yeah. Noted.
I need the revised plans few days, like at least a week before the hearing to get the staff report out.
April 5th or whatever.
So if we continue for 2 weeks, I will need the revised plans in a week. Applicant states are good with that.
Okay, so all clear is good for the record? Do we need a date on the record with a motion? Okay, approved until the 22nd. Okay, thank you. Let's not do that again. All right. Next item up is item 5, public hearing for Quartet South Subdivision, H 2021-0088. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Alan Tiefenbach, planner with City of Meridian. Get moving here. Okay, this is a proposal for an annexation resulting in a preliminary plat. Site is 67 acres zoned RUT in Ada County, located at the northeast corner of the North Black Cat West Usick intersection. July 2020, Quartet Northeast, which is 137 buildable lots, and Quartet Southeast, which were 50 lots, were approved north of this property, which is up in here. This is basically a southern continuance of that development. This is proposed from medium density, or sorry, this is designated by the future land use map, medium density residential, 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. Applicant proposes to annex a total of 67.6 acres of land. 48.83 acres on the northern portion of the property is proposed to be rezoned to, or excuse me, is proposed to be zoned to R8 to allow 229 single-family detached homes. The southern 18.78 acres of land is proposed for R15 zoning to allow 140 single-family attached or multifamily units. Although the housing type has not been chosen yet, they've not determined what that's going to be. Here is a graphic showing what's been approved or what is in the process out there. Jamestown Ranch subdivision, which is here, Quartet Northeast and Southeast, which you see down here. The Klamath Basin, Staten Park, and Geddes subdivisions, those are to the south. And Birchstone Creek subdivision is to the west across the street on Black Cat. To the east, which is here, is all unincorporated, and that is the area of the wastewater facility plant and the ACHD maintenance facility, where I think you know where that is. There is, these all have comparable densities in the area, except that what is being proposed with this one includes multifamily, and there's no multifamily in this area. Again, the applicant has said they're not sure whether it's going to be multifamily or single family attached. It is important to know, though, that if they do multifamily, there would be a conditional use required at that time. There are presently 4 accesses off of Black Cat Road. These accesses will be closed, and the west entrance from North Black Cat will occur from West Aspenstone, which is here, and North Mikado Drive, which is already approved as part of the Quartet subdivision, which is to the north. Internal streets will be built to ACHD local standards. The applicant submitted a traffic study for this application. ACHD responded that the level of service at the North Black Cat West McMillan intersection, which is up to the north of here, is functioning at level of service F. And that sections of North Black Cat and West Ustick Road also are exceeding the acceptable level of service. As you now know, the integrated 5-year work plan has been updated as of January 26th. This is not what the Planning Commission knew at the time, whereas they will be widening Ustick Road in this area to 5 lanes, I hope. That was sort of a joke. Yeah, the North Black Cat West Ustick intersection was signalized with turn lanes in 2021. This intersection is eventually intended to be widened between 2026, 2030. Applicant will be required to construct a dedicated eastbound turn lane on Ustick Sunnyside and a dedicated northbound right turn lane on Black Cat at Aspenstone Drive. Applicant will also be required to construct 10-foot wide pathways along North Black Cat and West Ustick. There are 2 common drives proposed with this subdivision. I'll go back to this. There's a minimum of 15% open space, meeting the standards listed in UDC, and that's, a minimum of 15% is required with this development. They're showing just about 15%. Well, they were, and I'll show you the updated plans, which has increased the open space. But at the time that this came out, 15% was being provided. This includes 2 larger parks, several smaller open spaces, some parkways, as well as the pathways running along the facility. Based on the not quite 49-acre area land proposed for R8 zoning, 10 amenity points are required. That's the way our new regulations read. Because this project is more than 40 acres, amenities are required from all of those categories. This application proposes a community pool and changing room, children's play structures, and a clubhouse. Although the square footage is not indicated, just with staff scaling it out, we determined this clubhouse does scale to larger than 5,000 square feet. What that means is that it qualifies it for 6 amenity points. There's, depending on the square footage, is how many amenity points you get. Let's see. So, also, also the children's play structure is indicated. That would be 1 amenity point. Although the 13 points which we came up with would exceed what's required. Again, they need to have 10. It doesn't meet all of the categories, which is what's required. That's easy enough for them to solve. But at the time that we received this, it didn't meet all of the amenity categories that were required. This subject property is adjacent to the Naomi Farms property, which is what you see with the brown and the pluses, I guess, or the crosses. That area is designated for mixed use non-residential. The purpose of that designation is to designate areas where new residential dwelling units should not be permitted, as they would deem to be not compatible with planned or existing uses in the areas. The wastewater treatment plant is approximately 1,200 square feet to the east, which is, right about here. Also, as you now know, the ACHD facility will be just to the south of this property, about 1,000 feet away. Staff does have concerns with this being close to the highly intensive use in regard to noise, light, and traffic. At present, the Naomi Farms property could be developed as industrial if it was annexed into the city, and it would comply with future land use map. Staff has recommended to the applicant that a better transition should be provided between this property and the mixed use non-residential designation to the east. The applicant has responded that there may be a future request for a future land use map amendment to allow additional residential uses in this area. And I mean, again, this area in here. And the applicant has noted that a buffer or transition via a road or something like that could be provided as part of this request. The applicant also states that the mixed-use non-residential designation is intended to provide that transition, which is why this project shows houses directly backing up to the Naomi Farms parcel. Staff has noted that due to the increasing loss of industrial land and the impacts of the wastewater treatment plant and the future ACHD maintenance facility, we may not support a change to the residential designation in this area. However, whether or not the city council is inclined to support redesignating this area for residential, unless the applicant procures this property or the current property owner is also an applicant, staff cannot ascertain whether or not an appropriate transmission is provided based on a parcel that's not owned by the applicant and not part of this proposal. Staff does have concerns with higher density residential and actually low density residential this close to industrial uses, not only because of the wastewater treatment plant, but backing up to the Naomi parcel and because it's now going to be relatively close to the ACHD maintenance facility, which will have light, sound, and traffic impacts. Council should determine if there's been an adequate transition in this area. Applicant has submitted elevations of the single-family homes. These are depicted as 1- and 2-story structures with attached garages and a variety of architectural elements. Submitted elevations do seem to meet our architectural requirements. Design review is required for single-family attached or multifamily. Again, the applicant stated they're not sure which type it would be. However, since they have not provided us elevations at this time, we're proposing that as a condition of approval, that if you were to approve this, the architecture of any single-family attached or multifamily units be generally consistent with what's being shown here with the single-family elevations so that it blends better. The application does meet most of the requirements of the UDC. It's within the density range. There's 15%, which has gone up, which I'll talk about in a second. The minimum 4,000 square foot are met, and the applicant has provided the required amenity points, although not within all of the required categories, which again is easy for them to fix. However, staff, as I said, does have concerns with the density and the proximity to the industrial uses, the existing traffic in the area, the level of service, and the timing of future improvements, which will be somewhat helped with the new U-stick widening. At the February 3rd, 2002 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission recommended denial of this application. Their concerns include the length of the block to the east without a break, this is the previous one, which is what you can see in this pointer here. That the traffic study that was analyzed was more than 4 years old. And this traffic study was actually done before most of the development in this area had even been approved. The existing traffic level of service in the area now, which is not good, that the timing for future improvements, except for U-stick, were at least 10 years out. They also had issues with how close it was to the to the industrial uses, to the ACHD facility, to the wastewater treatment plant, that there's no lack of transition. There was a comment about whether they were trying to fit in as many lots as they could. Since the time of the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant has submitted these revised drawings, and on the right, I'm pointing out what the significant changes are. First one is a break in the block length. So again, there's a requirement how long a block length can be. They've added this trail connection here. I don't know if you can see it well just because of how small it is, but what I'm showing there with the arrow. So that's breaking the block length as required. They're narrowing down the street in this area to provide traffic calming. They've widened the lots along the east to reduce the number of lots from 41 to 36, just to make it a little larger on the east. They've redesigned this southern cul-de-sac to make it easier for fire turnaround. This has increased their open space from 15 to just about 16%. And as I noted again, since the time of the Planning Commission, this is very new. ACHD has told us that now they are going to widen U-stick Road, which was certainly one of the major concerns when the Planning Commission saw this. With that, staff will conclude our presentation unless you have any comments or questions.
Thank you. Councilman Burnt, did you have any statement that you want to make on this one this evening?
Same statement. Thank you.
Okay. You abstain. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
question, Alan, this is in Ada County right now, RUT. The future land use map designates it as medium density residential with all the things you just outlined with transitions and the waste treatment plant. Should this have been something else, zoned something else?
I don't think I'm going to answer that one because I'm sure Caleb's on the line listening.
I mean, you outline issues and I'm like, okay, are we going in the wrong direction with this? So
Mr. Hoagland, members of the council, I guess, I don't know if I want to answer that one, but I will say, I think staff is comfortable that what is designated to the east is mixed use, non-residential is very appropriate.
Okay. I guess, Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Hoagland.
Alan, so, we have areas where we do zone residential and then there's commercial and the residential moves in. And then a little bit later, the commercial comes in. And the commercial then, I was thinking when I was on council previously on Overland, that's when the Walmart went in and the requirements of where their shipping was, move it from the back to the side, the walls, the trees, how the lighting works, all those good things that we have when we abut different uses together. And I'm just thinking, okay, who makes the transition here? Are we trying to, and what does that transition look like for residential for what's going to be possibly mixed use or something else, which we don't know?
Councilperson Hoagland, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I guess that's the $1 million question. Sort of the chicken and the egg, right? Does this applicant provide the transition, since this applicant knows that they're developing next to what will possibly be industrial, and they're the ones that's developing? Or do we let the applicant build houses directly on the property line and then hold somebody who's not part of this application or developing at this time, hold them responsible for the transition? I do know that one of the planning commissioner's concerns was that if we did allow houses to directly back to that line, that's putting some pretty significant limits now on what kind of uses will occur to that parcel, because now we've just eliminated a lot of uses that could occur right there on the property line.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
on that same note, however, to be devil's advocate, what if the applicant does do that and then a minimally impactful use goes in anyway, and now the applicant spent those funds or modified their application and it was unnecessary?
Councilperson Perot, members of the council, valid point. Don't think I can answer that.
Mayor,
Councilwoman Strainer.
just to double check and make sure that I understand the concern about the transition and the property next to it being non-residential. I just want to make sure that this is not within the area of concern identified in the odor study. So maybe that's a question for the Public Works Department if they're still online.
Would you like me to?
I can jump in if you would like.
Sure, Lorelei.
Okay, thank you. So this is actually outside of our, this particular parcel is outside of the odor study impact area. So at this point, the only parcel and I should say, this is from the Public Works standpoint, so other planning issues aside, but the only parcel that is of a concern at this point that's non-city owned for the odor study is the parcel directly to the north and I guess northwest of this parcel. So this parcel and the parcel next to it, because of the prevailing wind patterns and the odor study, are not a concern or significant concern from the odor study standpoint.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Yes, so Mr. Mayor, members of the council, maybe to give some context on the past, so maybe answer Councilmember Hoagland's question. Originally, this entire area was listed as a non-residential zone. And so the whole area around the treatment plant for a long time did not allow anything other than commercial uses, industrial, storage units, those types of things, because of the concerns about the plant. over time, the Public Works Department has worked very hard on those odor and noise studies to figure out where the concerns should be, and that's kind of where we've landed. And in the last iteration of the comp plan, that was the conversation of what else can we put here now that we have a better clarity from the science and from the studies as to where the areas of industrial or non-residential uses should be and where other things could be. So I don't know if that answers your question on did we zone it right, but we based it a lot on evaluation and study and analysis of the science around the treatment plant. So it really was intentional to allow other uses, including residential, to the east of or to the west of these properties. Whether how far and what's close, I think, again, we looked at that a lot in those studies on what's appropriate buffer, but it doesn't answer the ultimate question of who is supposed to buffer. Is it both sides? Is it one side? You know, is it reasonable on the first property owner, or is it reasonable to split the difference? Again, I think that's your decision.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
this is where I really wish that the neighboring property owners would come to the hearings, because I'd like to hear their thoughts, even if they don't have a plan in place, just in general. And I guess I have to make the assumption that if that individual is not showing up to advocate for their own property.
I don't know, do we know they're not here?
Oh, well, I apologize. Perhaps they are.
Yeah.
I assumed they weren't because I hadn't read anything, any entries, but that's
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Alan, this road there to the, I guess that's the east. Thank you, Mr. Hoagland. Where you've got these kind of arrows pointing. My assumption is staff is supportive of this type of change. Again, I'm not the traffic engineer, as we've learned tonight, but it looks very similar to what was initially proposed. I know there was a lot of concern from the Planning and Zoning Commission about that. Does staff share those same concerns?
Mr. Cavalier, members of the council. Well, certainly they broke up the eastern block. That was something they just weren't meeting the code. They had to do that. The concerns that staff has listed in the staff report, and same with the planning commission, were really not related to what they were showing with the road here. These were some tweaks that are positives. That they've broken up the block length, they've provided some traffic calming. I believe that Mr. Bongiorno does support the turnaround. But what they're showing here, what you're seeing here is really not the reason why Planning Commission did not support this. And this really was not the cause of most of staff's concerns. Staff's concerns were related to the traffic on the surrounding network, proximity to the ACHD facility, the water treatment plant, the industrial. Those were staff's concerns.
Council, additional questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Ellen, I always gave credit to President Reagan for breaking up the Eastern Bloc, but if you want staff to be in, I guess that's kind of.
Might be coming back, Mr. Councilperson, by the way things are going on the news.
I hope not, but you may be right.
With that, I'll ask the applicant if they'd like to come forward, please.
Ellen, can I share my screen? Thank you. Mr. Mayor, council members, good evening. My name is John Wardle, 2929 West Navigator, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. Appreciate the opportunity to come tonight and to talk about this project, which is a continuation of projects that have been brought before you already, which we have called Quartet Northeast and Quartet Southeast. And in fact, this is a continuation and providing this continuity with the community as we move towards Ustick Road. Quartet South includes a variety of housing and living options on 67.61 acres, both single family and alley loaded homes, as well as future townhomes on towards the south, shown there in yellow. The area designated for in red is the R8 area, which is 48.83 acres. R15 would be that future attached or multifamily down there in yellow along U-Stick and Black Cat Road. In addition to I just want to clarify regarding the R15. We don't know exactly at this point if it would be a single family attached or a multifamily. Regardless, that still goes through a process, which is a conditional use process, and we would bring back more detail for the city to review as part of the overall project. The overall density for what you see, both the single family and the multifamily R15 is 5.35 acres for the entire project. When we have gone through and we did an update to the master plan for Quartet South, in the R8 area, we have 9.42 acres of open space, which is 19.3% for that. And Alan noted the requirement is 15% overall. The R15, as it stands right now, although this is interim, we're at 7.8%. That, as I mentioned, will come back. There will be open space requirements for the multifamily in the future. The amenities that are presented before the council tonight is, yes, we will have a very large clubhouse, which will be over the threshold that Alan mentioned, with a large play structure and a community swimming pool. We're trying to emulate the type of amenity package we've done in our Cadence communities, but this is an all ages community. So we're just trying to add some more social interactions opportunities in Quartet South, and that's why we're showing a much larger clubhouse in this project. We will be installing 10-foot sidewalks on U-Stick and on Black Cat with the project as we move forward. And like I mentioned, we will bring back the R15 in the future and bring that back for the city's review and approval. As Alan mentioned, we did make some amendments and adjustments to the design. I just wanted to hit these quickly, just so that you understand what we have done based on comments that were made, but also ways to improve the overall project. The first one is over on the middle of the project, which I identify as number 1. We looked at this, yes. Originally, there was just one long road. It doesn't look like much at the moment, but I'm going to zoom to the next sheet here. When Brom comes down and connects with this road, it's actually, the movement is a forced right turn. And if you're going to go south, we are going to choke that with a 24-foot back-to-back, which is approved by ACHD. And the same thing on the bottom here is if you're coming up Brahms, you're going to be taking a left-hand turn. So we've broken that up so that you no longer have that straight continuous road as kind of shown on the left-hand side here. Like also mentioned, we have reduced the number of lots along the eastern boundary and have increased the open space as well, both on the north, south, and in the middle of the project. Overall, we've removed 6 lots along that boundary. On the south, there's been lots of comments made about common driveways, and we do agree that there was an opportunity to improve the design of this. We worked with Mr. Bongiorno to come up with a way that we could perhaps provide still some on-street parking. This would be a 33-foot street coming all the way around, which would allow on-street parking, but we would limit the parking in the bottom of that turnaround, just so there's no impact to fire department. But this does eliminate the common drive on the southern, which also improves the project. And finally, we wouldn't want to eliminate all common driveways, but we did want to look at a way to improve it. Some of the concerns we've had or have heard from council is these common drives just dead end and it becomes tight. On the right-hand side, the improvement is we're actually going to install a detached sidewalk. We will have a planter strip. And so there will be a sidewalk that connects from Trilby all the way out to Black Cat. It opens it up. It's not closed in. We think that common driveways should still be a tool. They may not need to be the only design solution, but we feel like this one, by adding the pedestrian access and not blocking that off, this is a very good way to do common driveways. And I think we have proven that it will be very livable. There were a few items that were in the staff report that we want to address. The first one was arterial frontage improvements and timing of those, the future residential in the R15, alleys, and then the big one is the future land use map. Staff had indicated in the staff report that they wanted from day one, Ustick Road and Black Cat improved with our first phase. We have always been a supporter of making roadway improvements. It is, however, problematic for us to do that in this case. There are utility improvements need to be made. As noted as well, ACHD will be making improvements as well. So there's an opportunity that some things would be thrown away, but we do feel like, yes, we do support those, but the timing of those at the very beginning of the project is not appropriate. And we would request that the improvements be made at a time such that those phases adjacent to that or in concert with ACHG's improvement be the opportunity for those. So we request condition 1B be deleted. Regarding the 140 residences in the future on the R15, like I said, it could be single family attached or it could be multifamily. Either way, it's going to require a CUP. We will bring that back. If it's single family, there will be a plat associated with that. If it's multifamily, the CUP, and we will meet the open space requirements. We're just asking that this condition be modified so that it can run concurrent with the CUP and not prior to that submittal. Alleys, we've really just narrowed this down to a single issue. Staff had made a comment that this doesn't comply with the city's ordinance. It actually does comply. You can see from one end to the other. Where they want to avoid those is when they make a turn and you can't see through kind of a blind corner, but this one you can see all the way through and you can see this way as well. So we're asking that condition be deleted. Finally, the big item, which has a lot of history. It actually goes back to 2001 if you want to go back in time, and I can bring back the future land use maps, and we might need to do that tonight. But this mixed use non-residential designation has been on the city's comprehensive plan since at least 2001. The question came up was who's responsible for the buffer? There were early conversations that perhaps there could be a change in this use. Let's just take that off the table. We know that the use today or in the comprehensive plan is mixed use non-residential. We don't have any ownership in that. We can't speak for that owner. They would need to come do that on their own. As it stands today, it is mixed use non-residential, and the city's comprehensive plan is very clear as to how that should be treated. Just like a commercial project in any designation would buffer or transition to residential, this one is no different. If you look at the city's comprehensive plan, which I have a snapshot up here in the corner, as well as a concept diagram that is also in your comprehensive plan, this shows specifically how that transition is to occur. And I'll zoom into this on the next one. I've just created the highlights here. I've taken the same exhibit here. I've taken the mixed use non-residential and made it brown, just like it is on your future land use map, and the residential in yellow. That exhibit shows clearly, as does the narrative in the comprehensive plan, that transitional use is encouraged on the perimeter of the mixed use non-residential area between any existing or planned residential development. In fact, tonight, the ACHD project that came before you provided that transition to Naomi Farms. Even though they're in that designation, it is an existing residential. Little nuances perhaps missed, but that was in fact a requirement of the ACHD project for that landscape buffer. Also in the city's exhibit, it clearly shows that there is single family residential coming right up to the mixed use non-residential. If you look here, it shows that there's existing industrial use or new industrial use in the middle, perhaps some flex use, light manufacturing, and then going to office and light distribution along the perimeter before you would get to the single family. This has been codified in your comprehensive plan. This has actually been in the comprehensive plan. I think this exhibit has at least going back to the previous one in 2011. This exhibit has been there since that time. This just simply shows the type of zones that could occur within the mixed use non-residential from CC all the way up to IH. There was a project to the east, they're showing IL, but these are zones that could be allowed. The city has built-in transitions that are required for these. On IL or IH, there's a minimum of 25 up to 40 feet between that use and residential. When you look at the CC through the HE, it's anywhere from 20 on an LO. I don't know you do LO here, but more traditionally it'd be 25 feet. So the city has already built in these transitions into the UDC. Finally, if there was a heavy user that decided they wanted to come along and build on the boundary, there are additional setback requirements built into the UDC under additional requirements, anywhere from 300 feet, depending on industry to light heavy, or if it was a food and beverage processing, that would be 600 feet. The city has already anticipated some of these uses and how they should transition. The mixed use non-residential is the transition. It's not the adjoining use. We've been part of the comp plan process for a long time. We are familiar with it. The comprehensive plan is very clear. When you go back to your exhibit and the way that the language is that the transitional uses, whether it's to us on the west or to the south, those transitional uses should be required against residential. And that's where that transition would have come from. Just want to show one other thing here. It's not really clear, but you can also see if they've designated in your exhibit a landscape buffer, even from those transitional uses against the residential. In summary, we're requesting the following conditions be deleted or modified. We want 1B, 2A, and 2B to be deleted and modify 1C that the applicant be required to amend the development agreement concurrent with a CU for the multifamily piece on the R15 zone. We feel like the modifications that we have made from a design perspective actually improve the overall project. It gave us an opportunity to go back and look at some of those things, to break up the long road, to provide some additional opportunities for connectivity out to the public roads, and to look at it as a whole project. We respectfully request that the City Council approve the Quender South annexation, rezone, and preliminary plat. And I stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, we had a minute and 45 back on the timer. I was actually surprised. John normally goes right up to the last second. So
Pretty punctual. Excuse me, Mayor, members of the council, David Turnbull, 2929 West Navigator and Meridian. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things, and I usually don't speak of these because John does a much better job. Mike and John do a much better job. But if you take a look at this area that we redesigned on that area on the east side, that roadway, and I think John did a good job of zooming in on that. We actually went through so many iterations between the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing and this hearing from, and I mentioned to our team, and this goes back, we don't always do everything perfect, but every project we do, we like to do it better and we like to look at it with fresh eyes. So we looked at this and we looked at it with common drives that would break up that area. And we looked at it with little Snoopy dog entrances that would break up that area. And in the end, I said, let's listen to what the council has been saying. We need to take a look at common drives with new eyes, not make them sterile like sometimes they are, provide for some connectivity. And in this case, why don't we just connect it all the way through, but create those chokers and those chicanes in this area. So it makes it look like a private street. It still meets ACHD standards. But the other thing that you'll notice here, if you zoomed out, now we have around that common park, four-sided, they're all alley loaded homes with no driveways facing that common park. So that's kind of like something that I think really enhances the feel of the overall project. And so those are some of the things that we feel like we want you to know that we hear what you say and we're always looking at ways to improve. And then I think John made it abundantly clear what the issue is on the perimeter buffer with the non-residential use to the east. Whenever we've done commercial projects next to residential, we have provided the buffer on our commercial properties. Thank you.
thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
So let's go back to talking about U-Stick. This? Thank you. I'm sorry. Like my voice is naturally loud, so. Okay, so I want to understand the ACHD report and their requirements of you for the turn lanes. So they're requesting a turn lane on U-Stick eastbound, coming and heading north, is that right? And would that not then be constructed with their development and improvement and not something that you would be required to do?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot, we actually were anticipating that we would be doing, you'd have that center turn lane. It actually would go through the intersection. It just doesn't dead end there. There would be a widening there. It does get back to the timing of their improvements and the way that we're phased on this project. We actually, see if I can get to that. Our phasing here is we would be doing the red area first, and then we would go green. And so perhaps by the time we get down here, ACHD is a little bit closer and we can coordinate those. We're willing to make the improvements at the time that they're needed, but it may be better to coordinate with them so we're not throwing things away.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. That's where I was going with that, was how you were, how that was going to work. Because based on the timing, you had mentioned in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting that you thought that phase one would start earliest summer of 23 or 23. Yeah. So that means that phase two may be a year later, and they were not confident in their hearing tonight that this section would be done in 2024. So I didn't know how that would play out.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot, we have worked with ACHE very closely on improvements, as you can appreciate what we've done out in South Meridian and timing of certain things that they're doing. We will just work with them to make sure that those things are done in concert. I did want to clarify one thing regarding the traffic study. It's been mentioned a couple of times that the traffic study was dated. That's not correct. Our traffic study was done in the summer of 21. We went out and did traffic counts in August of 21. The only part of the traffic study that goes back 4 years was the intersection of Black Cat and U-Stick. At the time we did our traffic counts, that intersection was shut down because of a signal, which we now have. And so ACHE requested that we use data from 2018, but then we put an inflation factor in it for a 2021 basis. So there were no traffic counts at the intersection of Black Cat and U-Stick when we did our study. But it wasn't a correct statement that this was an old traffic study, because we actually went out and did it. There was additional modeling that Compass has been doing at the same time related to the State Highway 16 corridor. So this area has a lot of information that is current. So I just wanted to clarify that this is not a dated traffic study. This is a current traffic study with the exception of that intersection. But ACHD dictated that we use 2018 and then just inflate that to today's numbers.
Mr. Mayor, one more question about traffic.
Councilman Pro.
I saw that eye roll. So am I reading correctly that they also are asking you to do a center turn lane heading north on Black Cat? Or was it just the right turn into that northerly street and then a left turn lane within the development onto Black Cat heading south? Or are they, because there's not currently a center turn lane in that. So that would be a significant road improvement on your part in that section of Black Cat.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot, we will be adding a center turn lane on Black Cat through that intersection to make that turn. It's not necessarily needed right now for a right turn coming into it, but that moving either southbound, there needs to be the ability to get out of the lane of traffic to get into the site. And so, yes, there will be a center turn lane needed on that. That's also a situation where, timing of ACHD just put in the interim signal, but their plans, this will be a dual lane roundabout. So there are improvements here at that same time frame, just talking through how that's all going to work together. I will note that that would be our third phase, and I would assume that we'd be pretty close. Our timing of that phase and what ACHD has at their plans are going to, be pretty consistent. So we just would look to make sure that we're doing improvements that are additive to what they need.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
question for staff, just to clarify if a future CUP for the R15 would come in front of city council or not.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, no, conditional use, it would go only to planning commission. Suppose you can require something by the DA, but in general, no.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just add something there as well, Councilman Schrader. We are in agreement, however, that there would be a DA modification that would detail what we would be doing there. So we aren't saying you won't see it. You're going to get an opportunity to see it. If it is single family attached, there's also going to be a plat accompanying that. But regardless, there will be a DA modification that will come to council. And so you will be able to see that part of the project.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I could just give some feedback on that. I guess the challenge I have with that is that the most power that the city has is during the annexation process. And so, you know, we're all different. My psychology is a control freak psychology, and I apologize for that. It's just how I am. I hate the idea of approving something that I'm not going to see. I just don't, I'm not into it, especially something really dense in this location.
Mr. Mayor, if I can add one thing to that, perhaps to address Councilmember Schrader's question. We would agree to bring back that CUP so the council could see that before it got approved. So we'll go to commission and we would allow the city to see that, as the city council to see that. Not required, but we're making a commitment that we would bring that back.
That's a commitment I would trust. Since we're going on commitments from partners this evening.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to respond to that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
So that being R15, I mean, for multifamily, it seems to me like that's not quite as dense as you would expect. So I know you haven't decided what's going to go in there. I just, as a council member and as a real estate professional, I want to make a plea to consider townhomes. We really have a shortage of them in Meridian, and we've approved a lot of apartments, but I'd love to see opportunities for folks to purchase homes that are attached. And so I'm going to leave it there, but I'm making a plea to you to consider the townhomes because we really don't have enough of those as we encourage a variety of housing in our community.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Burrow, I meant to clarify that when I was up here before. I didn't want anybody to get confused about a multifamily designation here. Our intent, what we're debating on here is something not to exceed a townhome type of a product. So I don't want anybody to get the impression that we're talking about 3 or 4 story apartments here.
Mr. Mayor, in fact, we have designed this so that it would be a townhome style project, 2-story in nature, and kind of have built in a density here so that was also into the traffic study. So that information is there. It's in the background information. We just wanted to give the whole picture here. And just to clarify, if desired, that CUP, it could be a required condition that it come back for council review.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
John, let's walk through Black Cat and what improvements you're going to be making. I mean, with the approved developments already, and then with this one before us, ACHG is showing that Black Cat in the CIPs to be widened to 5 lanes from McMillan to Ustick Road between 2031, 2035. And I think I've seen some turn lanes that you're required to put in and whatnot, but that's going to be a while before that road gets improved, and there's a lot more traffic coming on there. So can you walk me through how are you mitigating those increases in traffic that these developments bring in?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hoagland, that's a good question. We are not going to leave those improvements just alone, right? We are going to be required to make those improvements so that we can get at least what would be a 3-lane road by making our piece on the, we have to expand at least 17 feet. It would be great if we could do more improvements on this roadway section, but given the timing of Black Cat, in fact, Black Cat from Chinden all the way down to Franklin is a transportation corridor that has a lower priority. Doesn't mean it's not important, but there are some limitations on what ACHD is able to do in the short term. We're fully committed to working with as best we can where there's available right of way to make some improvements ahead of those timeframes. We also, there's a nuance right now in the ACHD requirements. Typically on street or your sidewalk has been a 5-foot detached. They're in the process of amending that to be 10 feet. We're actually saying we'll go ahead and do 10 feet. So we have it right to begin with in the right location. So that improvement is done as the project develops. I would like to be able to say, yes, we are fully committed to do a CDA and make all these improvements, but there are limitations. And ACHD did indicate, provided your staff a letter today saying, there's priorities in place and it may not be possible to do this if the right of way is not there. Between our project and the project to the north, the ultimate right of way can be dedicated with these two projects. And ACHD has the ability to make that happen with these projects and not have to go through any type of condemnation or eminent domain in the future. So we short of being able to say, yes, we could do a CDA. I don't know that we can at this point until priorities change on some of these transportation improvements in this area. I will say, however, it is a very good step by ACHD on the prioritization of USTIC back to Linder. I think that's going to enhance this area dramatically based on, from just a 2-lane road to a 5-lane road with a dual lane roundabout at this location.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant at this time?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
if we could, if you don't mind, go back to the slide we were just on. So with Black Cat, and I understand what you're saying, incurring that whole cost, right, with phase 1, that's hard to take that on. But what's the timing of each phase? And when could improvements start to happen? From just how does that fit with your timeline? And I understand that that could change, but what you're expecting.
I anticipated that might come up and I just scrolling through my notes here. So best case for us in terms of development is we would be starting in phase 1 in summer of 2020. We would be able to deliver lots in summer of 2023. Which means there would be occupancy starting in the springtime, early of 2024. And then coming down to the green area, this would be a spring 2024 delivery. And then over here, this would be a delivery probably late fall 2024. Again, we're going to have a much better idea with ACHD and their improvements, but our connections down, connections over to Black Cat and the improvements that we're making actually with Quartet Northeast and Southeast on Black Cat Road with those projects and the future improvements, I feel comfortable and confident that we will be able to marry up our plans with ACHD's plans so that these things are happening concurrently and also to minimize, what those future restrictions or closures would be on both USTIC and Black Cat. It'd be better to do improvements all at once than shut down, open, shut down, open.
That's what Schrader.
Sure. Yeah, I get what you're saying there in terms of efficiency of kind of the order of operations that you want to do it in. I guess I'm a little bit concerned that I'm sensing a reluctance on their part to enter into a CDA. Do you feel like that's the case? Is it just a question of resources at this time and prioritization? Just help us understand that, because you're not the first person. Actually, this has happened now 2 times in a row where a developer has been just getting traction on a CDA. And I just want to understand kind of what the constraints could be.
Mr. Mayor, Council Member Strader, I do think it is, there are 2 issues here. It's their integrated 5-year work program and the timing of these projects in those. There's also just overall resources that if, they do make their capital plans based on what's happening in the next 5 years. And so it may be problematic to move some of these projects forward. If you look at the list that the city of Meridian has been working with ACHD in terms of prioritization, Black Cat doesn't make that list because there are other pressing needs in the community. I think ACHD is trying to balance those. One of the biggest issues that comes up on projects is right-of-way acquisition. And if they have to get into a situation where there's eminent domain, things like that, but where we have development and those arterial roadways are built into what that ultimate right-of-way is, ACHD can accelerate and does accelerate the acquisition of those at the very beginning of projects. They don't have to wait till that time frame. So they will be able to hold that and move it forward. There are other opportunities that they may say that they may have dollars available, but they have their bigger projects that they have to work within their plan. I wouldn't say that they are reluctant to do it, but it does mean that they would have to prioritize it and move it up so that it would drop into that 5-year work program, which it does not exist right now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Yeah, and our Transportation Commission's recommendations, and I think the approach that we've taken as a city is kind of a corridor approach, similar to the efficiency you're trying to achieve. We have corridors that we're trying to improve fully. And so it don't take this the wrong way, but this to me kind of makes it a challenge to make this development as much of a priority if we have this kind of a grade on the road and this sort of timeline. But I appreciate the feedback on your phasing. Let me just mull it over at this point.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant at this time? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor.
Pro.
So you had mentioned on your slides that you'd like to delete 3 sections and run the D modification and CUP currently. I assume you mean in the same application. We can't have the hearings on the same day. But the staff has removed all conditions because it was proposed denied by the commission. So can you help me understand what, I mean, I can't find those numbers in the staff report. So are you referring to the original staff report before the commission heard the application, or?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot, you actually do have conditions in your packet, but that's the section that everything is stricken through.
Yeah.
So those are the conditions that were in the Planning and Zoning Commission. There's been no change to those. In the email and the letter that we provided to council, I think it landed in the city on May 1st. We pulled back those conditions that were there before. And so these are verbatim, and what we've asked for is the same. So this is part of the letter that we provided on, this is dated, well, that says February 2nd, but February 28th. And then the last 3 pages show what those conditions are, the project specific conditions. So that's what we're referencing.
Thank you. The staff report attached to the agenda doesn't show any conditions. So I was trying to track that.
So Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot, what we're asking is taking the conditions that are there with these modifications or deletions.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
In that regard, I don't know if this is a question for legal or for Alan. Would we need to continue in order for staff to develop new conditions before we approve, or that's what we've done in the past when there's been a denial?
Members of the council, Mr. Mayor, the conditions that are listed on the staff report that have been crossed, those were staff's conditions going into planning commission. So when planning commission recommended denial, we struck them. It would be easy enough for you to, I mean, the council has approved cases and just, what's the word I'm looking for, reverted the planning commission's striking of the conditions.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot, if I can also give to recent history, Apex East also fell into the same category. And the council took the conditions that have been stricken through and adopted those at that same hearing. So the conditions are before you, even though they are redlined out. We're just asking that they be stricken, or not stricken, but brought back into for your consideration with our modifications.
No, we haven't. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I know we haven't had the public testimony yet, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that before we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to provide testimony this evening?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, this is a public hearing. If there's anybody in the audience that'd like to come forward and provide testimony, you can come forward, sir. Say your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Mike Rolls. I'm a resident at 5242 West Toronto Drive, Meridian, and in the Oaks. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. So it's my concern that I'm expressing just about the entire concept of dumping, so many families onto Black Cat and to Ustick. I hear about traffic studies and all of that, but what I hear you telling me that it's going to be okay, that we're going to, add a huge number of families that are exiting or entering onto Black Cat and onto Ustick. And I can't see in the planning where there's a way for that to actually be done. Now, I'm maybe missing it, but anyhow, that was just my concern. And the fact is that it's immediate. The congestion on Black Cat and particularly the intersection there, yeah, it's better with the light, but oh my gosh, the Black Cat backup at any time in the afternoon, bring a lunch. So anyhow, that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay. Then we have Mike online.
Okay, you're unable to mute yourself, sir.
Michael Lewis, 5343 West McMurtry Street. It's in Jayden Village, just west of the Ustick and Black Cat intersection. When we're looking at this long-term, Highway 16 shows the on-ramp and off-ramp is going to be on the Ustick Avenue. And there was the 2026 plan for ACHD to expand Ustick. But as the gentleman before me stated, in the morning and afternoon when the school is going in or going out, the intersection is a nightmare. The road has been closed down. I can't even tell you how many times for construction already. So as a resident, it's kind of frustrating. I would just ask you guys consider the infrastructure before we keep continuing to add to this area. It's not built for this rapid growth. Growth is gonna happen. So I'm fine with that, but the infrastructure needs to be put in place. And it doesn't sound like there's anything for a long time going Ustick west towards Owyhee being thought of when we are doing these expansions. And the other thing I heard in a previous testimony was the water. So is the Meridian wells adequate for this growth? Just to the south of us, Lactalis pumps over 1 million gallons a day, and they're getting ready to go to 1.5 million gallons a day. So is the city prepared? Are we tied into that same aquifer? Would be my questions for tonight, and thank you.
Thank you, Council. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I don't have a question, but I do have a statement for Mike. I wish this wasn't true. It would make planning much easier, but both the schools and the transportation department tend to run behind the city's applications. And if they bring in their infrastructure and they build their schools after residents have already established there. And so if, even though it's in the plan for Black Cat to be widened in 2031, I think, to 36, if there were no residents on that street, then ACHD would just likely push it out farther. They have shown that they are willing to step up and move some of their projects forward because of growth. The U-Stick intersection was not supposed to be done for another several years, and the McMillan intersection, which is going to be done in 2 years from now, I think, was not supposed to be done for another several years. So they are making improvements that they didn't intend on making because of the growth that's out there. And my opinion is that that's my cue, is that the center turn lanes that the applicant is proposing to put in will really help that whole area, in addition to the lights that have been put in. I lived off of Black Cat for many, many years and still drive that road constantly. And I understand what you're saying. I can relate.
Okay. Council, any other questions for that? Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item? Okay, seeing none, will the applicant like to come forward for final remarks?
Mr. Mayor, Council, for the record again, John Wardle with Brighton. We are committed long-term, even in the short term, to making improvements before we're concurrent with our project. If there's a way to do that and work with ACHD, we're going to make it work. We're going to figure it out. In the interim, if need be, as was mentioned, we're going to make sure that these intersections do work for the project and for also traffic coming through, so that people can get out of the lane, so that through traffic can happen. ACHD is making expediting projects in this area, which I think is very good. Will it satisfy everything? Absolutely not. And I also think we need to remember that McMillan has since probably 2001, has been determined that it's going to be a 3-lane road. And so McMillan will always be constricted and it will always be an impact. There will be improvements made with intersections at McMillan and long-term with Black Cat. There is a plan. And we'll continue to work with ACHD to make that happen. Just wanted to clarify again, and David did a good job of this. When we say multifamily, sometimes that's a little scary. But our intent here is that it would be townhome style and very likely could be single family for sale. We just need to vet through that a little bit more, and we will bring a plan back to you. That's our commitment to you. I just wanted to restate that the city in its comprehensive plan understands and has detailed how that mixed-use non-residential buffer transition should occur. It's always been that the commercial or the non-residential provides that transition. The city anticipated that. They described it by text, but they also graphically showed how that would happen. This mixed-use non-residential, like I mentioned, has been on the city's plans starting back in 2002. And I will show you that there was actually residential still showing up right up against it in 2002, 2011, same situation, 2018 with that update. And this is what it exists today, as there's been some changes recently and clarifying that. The mixed-use non-residential is the transition to the existing residential or future residential. And the city does have a plan, both in the comprehensive plan and in the UDC, on how that should happen and how that buffer should occur. We're asking that the conditions of approval that were in the staff report be reinstated, that conditions 1B, 2A, and 2B be deleted, and that 1C, probably need to work through that a little bit, but be modified. We will bring a development agreement back to you, and we are committing as well to bring a CUP back for the city council review. Again, we are looking forward to adding a continuation of Quartet as we work out here and provide opportunities for good development and be a good partner with the city, and stand for any questions you might have at this point.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
John, so we've had some applications recently where neighbors have come and said, with lots that are really narrow, especially alley load lots, and these are all public streets, is my understanding.
Correct.
Even with the public streets and the street parking, because the lots are so narrow, and then you've got a mailbox and you've got a tree out front, that it doesn't really still leave any space for cars to park between the two homes, or maybe one space because of impediments, and especially now since Meridian's requiring 10 feet and no parking within 10 feet of a mailbox. It's creating issues with street parking on very narrow lots. Can you give us some thoughts on that, and whether you anticipate that being a problem in this? Because it seems to me like these lots are maybe 35 feet wide, 40 feet wide.
Mr. Mayor, Council Member Perot, regarding on-street parking, these streets are designed as a 33-foot street back-to-back. This is a standard ACHD street that allows parking on both sides. There has been one thing that has changed, whether good or bad. The United States Postal Service no longer allows individual post office mailboxes. So they are all in clusters. So every project we do now on a go-forward basis, we have to identify a location for those. We do anywhere from 80 to 120 in a location. They're spread out through the community. So it's very possible that you would have location, probably even here in the community center with part of that, and some of the other common areas. So they're spread out. So the parking in front of mailboxes, which I'm sure has been a complaint at times, mailboxes are pulled out of the equation. This is a street section just like you would find anywhere else. One of the, yes, we do have alley loaded homes here, and these are averaging 40 feet wide with a minimum 2-car garage, but also that 20 by 20 parking apron on the back of those homes as well. It's been our experience that yes, you will have some on-street parking, but actually by eliminating a lot of driveways, that parking isn't as congested as it would be with a lot of driveways punching out there on that road. So we don't believe that there will be an issue. And also for mailboxes, that's kind of resolving itself.
Council, any additional questions, comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I move that we close the public hearing for file number H20210088.
Second.
I have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the motion in a second. I just kind of meteor applications like this, and the council brings something up and then the applicant may want to provide some extra context. So I prefer maybe let's keep the public hearing open. We can continue to deliberate, discuss. That way, if we've got questions, the applicant can respond. That's my suggestion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I will withdraw my motion to close the public hearing.
I can agree.
Yeah, agree.
Okay. Then does Councilman Cavanagh like to kick off the conversation to get us going?
Well played, Mr. Mayor. Happy to. Appreciate the applicant's testimony. This was one that, for me, as I was reading the minutes, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and going through the application and whatnot, I was really conflicted because I appreciate what the applicant's trying to achieve. It's a challenging part of town. I think we heard some public testimony with some concern about that. It's one of those things that the meeting kind of changes the meeting. And I think the presentation from the Highway District earlier gave me some greater comfort. One about their commitment to USTIC, and moreover, the funding they receive from the state to make those easterly connections to Highway 16. I also appreciate Mr. Turnbull, Mr. Wordle, you both talking a little bit about that R15 piece. That's always going to be a little questionable for me. I like to see multifamily closer to interstates and state highways. And while I wasn't envisioning 4-story apartments, knowing kind of where you're headed and the fact that's going to come back to us gives me good comfort. I think overall, I'm supportive of the application. I'm supportive of the requested condition removal and modifications. I think that this is going to continue what's been, I think, a track record of building a unique part of our community and a unique part of town. So I think overall, I'm supportive of the application.
Or I'll accept the motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
very well said, Councilman Cavanagh. I have nothing else to add. I'm also in support of this application. So I will make a motion, Mr. Mayor, to close the public hearing for H20210088.
Mr. Mayor.
Do I have a second? For purposes of discussion?
Sure.
Okay, second for purpose of discussion. Councilwoman Bashir.
I've been waiting for Councilwoman Perot to say something because she's been warning us about Black Cat now for 2 years. And I feel like maybe the breaking point has come and gone. I feel really conflicted about this because I feel like the applicant will make the problem a little bit worse before they make the problem better. You know, I've been kind of on the fence. I think I can support it, considering it will improve this section of Black Cat earlier than ACHD would normally. I also am happy to hear about ACHD moving up the USTIC widening, although not, you know, maybe to the extent we all would love to see, but I do appreciate that. I personally just want to say I could support a motion if the CUP comes back before City Council. I am in the same boat as Councilman Cavanagh. I just, yeah, get concerned about a lot of density in a location like this that's not really near a transportation corridor. So I would encourage the applicant to focus on the townhome approach. And I also just want to say definitively, and I think that direction was definitely received, but the non-residential piece, I do not support the expansion of residential into that area that's in the flume. I just want to say that, so that you don't, you know, well, it's only one person, but I just wouldn't want you to waste a lot of resources on that effort. So that's it for me.
So the second stands on closing the public hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. So then we'll consider the public hearing closed. Just some notes on, and I'm actually really surprised, not entirely, but a little bit. You know, the state, it is going through the legislature where they've approved, where they are recommending 34 million be added to see the improvements of the roads in this area, specifically the mile to the east and west of the access point at Ustick. And quite frankly, it might get done before any of the rest of Ustick gets widened by ACHD. I mean, depending upon if it's a part of the ITD contract with their project or somebody else's. I understand it hasn't been approved by, signed into law. It's not there yet, but I want to give some hope to Black Cat and the community that really with the opening of McDermott, traffic could go significantly different directions than are currently planned in all these impact studies. And you could have well-built intersections from this intersection going west to McDermott. Now, I don't know what that does. I don't, but I think that there is hope in this area from what I understand is the elements moving forward, but nothing is inked at this point in time. So for whatever that is worth of value, I know ACHD probably didn't want to talk about it earlier in their context either because it's not finalized, but it is moving through the process to improve this area. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I'd like to respond to Councilwoman Strader's question about Black Cat. So absolutely, yes, I am an advocate for being very careful how we develop in this area, having been a resident there. Three things on that. I would likely be having a different thought on this application if ACHD wasn't doing that widening on Ustick for sure. I'm really appreciative that the applicant's adding the turn lanes in on both sides of that intersection. Without that, I also would be highly considering recommending a denial on it. But the southern part of Black Cat is really complicated because you have pine that doesn't go through. You've got Cherry Lane, which is an intersection that is, it's really not that, Cherry Lane doesn't get that congested. Honestly, Ustick and Black Cat gets more congested than Cherry, probably because it's 5 lanes. Then you have Pine that doesn't go through, so you have a lot of people turning left there. Then you have a railroad track, then you have a school, and you have a substation, and you have, so that mile is just exceptionally complicated. This is a little bit less so, but I'm also a little more comfortable with this too, because the McMillan and Black Cat intersection is going to be improved with a light in the next couple of years. So there's a lot going on that makes me feel more comfortable with. I also like how the traffic enters and exits on the north and very north and very east side of this development. I think that moves it away from the Black Cat Ustick intersection a little bit more, just kind of how it's designed. So just to share those thoughts, because I appreciate you asking me that. I am always hyper aware of what happens along Black Cat.
And just to piggyback off that, I mean, to a certain extent, I don't want to say this, but you could have people in the north part of this subdivision exiting onto Ustick, bypassing a lot of the Black Cat traffic, and I'm sure they'll figure that out.
Mr. Mayor, there was not a vote on closing the public hearing.
We're still in discussion.
Just making sure.
Thank you. But I had forgotten. Is there any more discussion on that motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, Chris.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
President Hoagland's pointing at me. I was waiting for you to make some comments. Okay, I will make a motion. Mr. Mayor, after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H20210088 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of March 8th, 2022 with the following modifications: to delete items 1B, 2A, and 2B from the conditions in the staff report, and that the DA modification for the multifamily area and the CUP be applied for and processed concurrently, and that the city council hear the CUP application as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Neri.
Mr. Mayor, just maybe before the, I don't think there was a second. I think one of the requests by the applicant was to grant approval of the pre-existing conditions that went to planning and zoning that had been recommended denial, so that Alan knows to then basically reverse that action that came before you tonight.
Does the motion maker agree with that comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
The second concur?
Agrees.
Okay. Is there discussion? Councilman Cavanagh?
Discussion, just a comment. I just want to thank Alan. I know this particular project's been a little bit of a bouncing ball, and I appreciate you keeping us focused on task, the staff report, and the way you communicate to us. Just, no, we don't always say we appreciate it, but I know that we as a body really appreciate, particularly on these kind of more nuanced applications. So thank you.
Any further? Not clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Burnt abstains, right? Perot,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Hoagland.
No. 3 ayes, 1 no, and the item is approved. So, thank you very much. With that, we don't have any ordinances to do this evening. Future meeting topics, council?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Perhaps maybe just a conversation for you and council president to discuss. We've had a presentation, some emails with I've received some comments from citizens who have some concerns or some questions about the library and its relationship to the city and what roles we do and don't have. I struggle to find the nexus about what would make for a public hearing, but perhaps maybe an informational session for council so we can all be on the same page about what role, if any, we have with the library. With some of the issues that are playing down at the legislature, I think I'm getting at least more inquiries about our involvement. And so perhaps if you and the council president think it's necessary, that may be a potential topic at a later point in time.
Duly noted. Anything else on the future meeting topics?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move for adjournment.
I have a motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.